Dear all, we're going to be starting as soon as you take a seat, please. Please kindly take your seats so we can get started. All right. Good morning. Shab Prabhat. Kalai Vanakam. Welcome all to the 2023 W20 Summit in this beautiful city of Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu, India. My name is Farah Arabe. I'm co-president of the Harvard Kennedy School Women's Network, a proud knowledge partner of the W20 India. And over the next 2 days, myself and my co-president and dear friend, Tatiana Duravedisyan, will hold the honor of walking you through an incredible lineup of speakers and panels discussing a series of fascinating topics on women-led development and W20 priority areas. Of course, I would not like to start without first thanking Dr. Sanya Purecha, W20 Chair, and Daritri Patnaik, W20 Chief Coordinator, for the invitation to be here and for coordinating the organization of this and all other W20 India events. Daritri, we are proud that a Harvard Kennedy School alumna like yourself is leading such important efforts. Thank you. Also, thank you to Sri Amitabh Kant, Sherpa, G20, the Government of India, for your leadership and authentic support of W20 priorities and women-led development. Dhanyavad. And finally, thank you to the state of Tamil Nadu and the city of Mahabalipuram for hosting us today. Mika Nandri. We're all here gathered in this beautiful day and over the next few days for the awaited release of the 2023 W20 communique, providing G20 leaders with strategic, collectively developed, gender-focused policy recommendations is the culmination of several months of work and some female magic, and a celebration of G20 India's 4 Cs that have brought us all together: collaboration, cooperation, communication for consensus, and a call to action. But before we do that, we will start our day with a panel discussion that, as an international development professional, I am particularly excited about, on the road to achieving the SDGs, the intersection between women's health, gender equality, and socioeconomic development. It is said that women hold up half the sky, but I say we hold it all. Because while half of the population are women, the other half are their sons, who we have raised, held, and continue to care for the continuity and success of our economies and societies. Therefore, equity for women is not just for the benefit of women, it is for all of humanity. Thank you. As I spoke in February at the Inception meeting in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, former Aurangabad, women are the change makers of the world. not only because of our undeniable contributions to the economy, politics, infrastructure, education, rule of law, and all other areas of global development, but also because of our invisible labor of making humanity better one generation at a time. To present a diversity of views on the role of women in achieving the SDGs, I would like to introduce the moderator for this panel, Lauren Power, founder and advisor at the Young Professionals in Foreign Policy, Tokyo, professor at the University of Sofia in Tokyo, and W20 USA delegate. Lauren S. Power is an award-winning researcher, professor, author, speaker, and advocate for women, youth, and migrants. She's a PhD candidate in international relations at the University of Tokyo with a focus on civil society and global governance, and an LLM candidate at the University of Edinburgh with a focus on human rights law. Lauren is the founder of Young Professionals in Foreign Policy Tokyo, a youth-led, youth-focused NGO that fosters international, inclusive, and intergenerational dialogue on pivotal issues for Japan and the world. After serving as YPFP Tokyo's managing director for the first 18 months of the organization's dynamic growth and programs, Lauren is pleased to continue her contributions now as YPFP Tokyo's advisor. This year, Lauren is a W7 Japan advisor to the 2023 G7 Japan presidency and a Women 20 US delegate to the 2023 G20 India presidency. She has also contributed to the 2023 G7 Japan Open and Resilient Society's C7 Working Group as coordinator of the sub-working groups on civic space and digital democracy. She's currently part of C20 India and the Education and Democracy sub-working groups. Previously, Lauren has taught at Temple University in Japan as an adjunct professor and has worked for and in partnership with the OECD, various agencies at the UN, and in past presidencies of the G20. Welcome.
So good morning, and welcome to session 1 of the 2023 W20 India Summit. Our topic for this session is the road to achieving the SDGs, the intersection between women's health, gender equality, and socioeconomic development. Before we begin, I invite you all to join me in thanking our incredible W20 chairs and coordinators and the staff of our beautiful venue here in Mahabalipuram for their warm hospitality and all that they are doing to organize our itineraries and events. It is such a privilege and a blessing for us to be able to come together for deliberation, cooperation, and co-creation of not only a W20 communique, but also a powerful coalition of change makers, leaders, and innovators. As we kick off our first session of the main program, let us continue to inspire one another, embrace our sisters from around the world, and celebrate this landmark occasion of the W20 Summit under the Indian presidency as an important and precious step on our shared journey toward creating positive change and reshaping our world to achieve gender equality now and for future generations. Thank you very much. So I am your moderator for this session, and thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's been such a remarkable experience to be on this journey with all of you and to get to meet you in person at last after months of coordination. I am joined on stage by an impressive group of panelists who will all be providing us with insights on the incredibly challenging topic that we face in this panel and find the intersection between women's health, gender equality, and socioeconomic development. What do we mean by this? To many of us in this room, the answer may be obvious. A gender equitable health response is fundamental to achieving SDG targets. The benefits of strengthening maternal, sexual, and reproductive health and rights extends far beyond the health sector. We know, for example, that investments in family planning have proven to be an effective strategy in achieving longer-term prosperity and fighting poverty, which in turn enables and empowers women, their families, and the communities that they care for. it can contribute to a fuller experience of self-actualization, leadership, and the achievement of a more meaningful participation in social, political, and economic life. Women's health is not just a women's issue. It is the key to realizing the vitality and transformational power of half the world's population with perhaps total influence. We know this, and yet significant gender-based and intersectional biases still exist in our women's healthcare and services, which continue to restrict the full realization of comprehensive sexual and reproductive health and rights. Our objective and our challenge in today's panel is to explore this interlinkage between women's health and sustainable development by highlighting different models for partnership and innovative solutions that can be implemented to advance women's health and comprehensive SRHR reforms, tools, and strategies at the G20 level, leveraging the expertise and experience of our distinguished panelists. And we need to consider how we can more effectively communicate this message to those outside of this room. The scope and scale of the challenges we face in achieving the SDGs, as highlighted in this morning's closed-door session by my colleague, Virginia, is, at CSW, we understood, at the current rate of development, we will achieve gender equality in 300 years. It is far too long. So we need everyone to be helpful, we need everyone involved. We need a whole of society approach, and the clock is ticking. Without further ado, please let me introduce our panelists to give their thoughts on these critical issues. First, please welcome Noha Salem. Noha is the Global Women's Health Policy Lead for Organon, a US-based multinational biopharmaceutical company that is the world's largest MNC focused on improving health of women. As a founding executive of the multi-billion-dollar Fortune 500 startup, she directs global strategic policy shaping efforts across the full portfolio of women's health and contributes to the strategic alignment of Organon's comprehensive environmental, social, and governance ESG program, with a focus on gender equity and women's health. Noha, can you please give us a brief overview of your role and recent work on women's health?
First of all, is it working?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, good morning, and thank you everyone for joining us today for the panel. I want to sincerely thank the W20 leadership for the incredible organization and bringing us all today, and thank you, Lauren, for the introduction. Like Lauren said, as a company, we were born at the heart of during the pandemic, when we know women were impacted disproportionately as a result of increased load of unpaid care, the challenge of taking care of children at home, but also where we know that they've put their health last. So as a company and from a perspective of global women's health policy, our focus has been not just on advancing women's health and advancing policy related to these areas, but recognizing that these are underpinned in principles of gender equality and equity. And without really addressing the ecosystem, that we won't really make a lot of progress in that area. I'll just say that, we are a purpose-built company with a belief that, for the 4 billion women and girls in the world, that each of them holds a very unique promise. And our purpose is to help them to achieve that promise through better health. And by addressing gender-related health disparities, that we can create a more sustainable future, not just for women and girls, but for their families, societies, and economies for generations to come. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you so much, Noha. We're very much looking forward to your comments during today's discussion. Next, we have Andrea Warner, Country Head of UNFPA India. Andrea is the resident representative for UNFPA India and the Country Director for Bhutan. Throughout her career, spanning 36 years, Andrea has been at the forefront of programs that focus on the rights and health of women and girls and giving a voice to youth and adolescence. Prior to her arrival in India, Andrea was UNFPA Peace Corps, before joining the United Nations. She Federation for the Red Cross and Red Crescent and the American Cross Society in more than 50 countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Andrea, could you please share with us some brief highlights about your recent work on women's health?
Thank you so much. My name is Andrea Wonar, and I'm the UNFPA representative here in India, also covering Bhutan. And as you heard, I've spent the past 40 years mostly in developing countries. So this is where I feel very comfortable, and this is my frame of reference. United Nations Fund for Population. We are the UN Agency for Sexual and Reproductive Health. It's probably one of the most sensitive mandates a UN agency can have. So I want you to sit in my seat, close your eyes for a second, and imagine the following: a world where every pregnancy is wanted, where every childbirth is safe, and where every young person's potential is fulfilled. And that's really our guiding North Star. That's what carries us forward. We have 3 focus areas, and the first one is ending unmet need for family planning. There are 270 million women across the world with an unmet need for family planning. We look to end preventable maternal death. Women die every hour here in India and every minute across the world. 800 women a day die in fragile settings in the process of childbirth or following. We're trying to help end gender-based violence and harmful practices, which include early and child marriage, gender-biased sex selection, and female genital mutilation. So these are just some of the focus points for UNFPA. You mentioned, Lauren, gender-focused approach. We talk about gender transformative approaches, and not everybody knows what that means outside of the development world. But what that really means is changing the hearts and minds, not just of men, but also of women. Because we've been conditioned to think in a particular way about what we deserve and what's right and what we're capable of. We also talk about human rights-based approach, which really looks at resources and where are the resources going, and trying to render that balance more equitable, not just for women and youth, but also for marginalized communities. We work with a diverse range of partners, and I know there are a lot of private sector people here, and that's an area that we are increasingly developing. We work with governments, we work with civil society, we work with academia, we work with law enforcement, we work with the media to try to change hearts and minds. And finally, we work with communities themselves, because change starts with individuals. So I think you would agree with me, nobody really questions a man's right to bodily autonomy. Have you ever heard anybody questioning that? No. So why do we stop there? And what do we need to do to make sure that no one questions a woman's right to bodily autonomy? So that's about our work here, and I'll explain a bit more about India in the following questions. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Andrea. Really phenomenal work you've highlighted. I'd like to next move on to our next speaker, Dr. Mabel Bianco, President and founder of the Foundation for Studies and Research on Women. Mabel is an MD and PH and specialist in epidemiology and medical statistics. She is president and founder of BIME, an NGO working to improve women's rights since 1989, and co-coordinator of Women Won't Wait, a global campaign to eliminate violence against women and HIV. She has worked with UNAIDS Reference Group on HIV and HR. She was twice elected as NGO member of UNAIDS PCB, member of CS Regional Advisory Committee on UN Women till 2016, and since 2012, she is the co-chair of the Congo CSW LAC. She is also the OP for Latin America and the Caribbean of the WMG 201 from 2021 to 2022. She is the facilitator of CS Participation Mechanism for Sustainable Development and chair of the major group and other stakeholders. for the coordinated mechanism. She is also, this year, the head of delegation for Argentina and has been since 2018. She is also a W7 advisor. In 2019, she was included by the BBC as one of 100 influencers, and in 2020 by Apolitical. Mabel, would you please briefly share more about your current role and the work you're doing on women's health?
Well, thank you so much, first of all, to invite me to have the opportunity to be with all of you. And as it was said, I have a long activity because I'm an elderly person, and I'm very happy that I'm still advocating for the women's rights everywhere. This is really what I'm so proud, that we need to fight for our rights. And when I say that, I'm now working in the last years, not only in Argentina, regionally, but globally, as a co-chair of the Mayor Group, another stakeholder coordination mechanism. This is the group that we are promoting the Agenda 2030. And this is something that in which the feminists from all the world, we work a lot because we were not happy with the Millennium Goals, and we work to have something better, as we did in the 90s with all the international conferences in which we improved the women's rights, and then with these goals we came back. So the agenda, we feel, is our agenda for the feminists and the women's groups. That's why we consider it's so important to continue working on that. And of course, health is related to all SDGs. And as we all know, health only is recognized openly when we lose, when we are ill. That's the problem. Till we are not ill, we feel that this is something that is our life, and not recognize that we need to take care, and that prevention is so important. And prevention in health, it not only depends on health sector, it depends, it's much broad. That's why it's so important to consider in the agenda. And this is how I'm working now, and I'm happy to be able to let you know something about my experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, join me in welcoming Dr. Aparajita Goy, National Coordinator, White Ribbon Alliance, India. Aparajita is the National Coordinator of the White Ribbon Alliance for Safe Motherhood in India, an alliance of over 1,800 organizations that work for women's right to survive childbirth. She is also the Executive Director of Center for Catalyzing Change. She is a passionate advocate and crusader for the health and rights of women and young girls, and has dedicated her life to putting an end to maternal mortality in India. She heads the nation's leading advocacy organization for mothers and newborns. The very successful What Women Want campaign was conceived and implemented in India under her leadership, and she guided the global What Women Want campaign as the co-chair. On the 8th of March in 2011, The Guardian UK named her as one of the world's 100 most inspiring women. Aparajita, would you mind briefly highlighting for us some of your recent work related to women's health?
Thank you, Lauren, and it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be in front of you all today and share my thoughts, so thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I, as an individual, I firmly believe that when we look at women's health and women's rights, a siloed approach doesn't work. So my work includes intervening at certain infection points in a girl's or a woman's life when she needs support the most, or when she's at the most vulnerable. For example, in many communities around the world, when a girl is 14 years old, she's vulnerable to dropping out of school. When she's 16 or 17 years old, she's vulnerable to being, becoming a victim of early and forced marriage. When she's about to give birth, when she's pregnant, she's vulnerable to maternal deaths and disability. So when she goes out to work, she could be vulnerable to different forms of gender-based violence. So our organization's work really looks around how do we get people together, how do we collaborate, and how do we support women and girls at these inflection points in their lives. The White Women Alliance, as Lauren mentioned, is an alliance. It's a global alliance with national chapters in 12 countries. Our only job is to bring people together so that we can, kind of really invest our efforts in putting forward a collaborative approach which tackles women's health and gender equity. And again, thank you so much for inviting me here today.
Thank you so much, and welcome to our panelists. As you can see, we have a variety of perspectives and very deep expertise, and we look forward to a very lively discussion. As a reminder to all of those joining in the audience, you can find more comprehensive information about all of today's speakers in your event brochure. Please note as an update to our speakers for this session that unfortunately Ms. Roli Singh will not be able to join us today. Also, we will reserve some time near the end for questions at the end of the session, so we look forward to discussion with all of you as well. So, to begin our discussion in plenary, Mabel, I'd like to move to you. Significant research has been conducted on the relationship between women's health, family planning, and achieving SDG targets, including some financial inclusion and economic growth. Can you speak to this relationship, and what are some of the key challenges faced in prioritizing women's health globally?
Well, thank you for the question, because it's a way to start saying, how is the relation? First of all, as I said, the Agenda 2030 is something that is a whole. We couldn't divide. We divided the SDGs, but this couldn't be said that they are silos. They are all together. That's why it's so important that they are all related. So when we address health in SDG 3, we know we are not only taking care of this, but it's related to the others. And in this, as you know, we have some close relations with SDG 3, with SDG 5, that is empowerment of women, that is so important, and in which we fight a lot to have a separate SDG because they want to have mainstreaming. And we say when we have mainstreaming, nothing. So we need to have concrete issues. So as we have these, SDG 5, we have goals and objectives that needs to be related with SDG 3 and also with SDG 8 and others. So this is something we need to understand. It's not a silo completely separate. And the SDG 5 is the more related to the gender empowerment. And gender empowerment needs to give all women and girls in all their diversity, all. We couldn't leave anyone behind to be able to decide and have the possibility to develop themselves with all the rights. And when we say that, we are saying, first of all, when we look and we say why we want to increase the coverage of health, it's much more difficult for women and girls. Why? Because in general, social protection is related to the working conditions. And the women, we are more out of that, or we are in the informal sector. As we are in the informal sector, we are not having so many healthcare and social protection issues. So this is one problem we have. The other problem we have is that the health for women and girls in all their diversity is something that crosses all the years, all the life. since we born till we die. So this is something in which we are having the issues that we need to consider, that the difference, that the needs of the different age of the women, what they need. And for example, for the youngest, the small children, less than 6 years old, we need to be very careful that they recognize their body and the right on their body not to be doing what they don't want. And this is to prevent sexual abuse. This is so important for us because in the world we have a lot of abuse and sexual abuse, and we need to fight. And the way to fight is to give the girls the ounce, and also the boys, of course, to know their bodies, to respect their bodies, to have the privacy of their bodies, and not allow others to do what they don't want, or to oblige them to do in the body of the others what they don't want to do, but is for the pleasure of the others. This is the basic things in the sexual abuse and infant sexual abuse. That's why we are so preoccupied to give the girls these ideas and these supports, and also to the boys, because boys are also abused. And the right of them is very important. But later on, when we move on, they need to know how is in the personal relations, when it's related to love or to the others, and then we need to give them the ideas how to express their feelings in a way that they are respected to the others and for themselves. And this is when we work with boys and girls in order to say that consensus in sexual relations is so important. And that sexual relations are not only related to penetration. Sorry, I'm going to speak about those issues, but these are the issues we need to speak, because if not, the girls doesn't know, and they couldn't know. And of course, we also need to learn them, both boys and girls, how about the pleasure. And the pleasure in sexual relations is about how you relate with the other in respect, and not only. Now we say that they are having a lot of sexual relations with penetration, but they don't feel any pleasure. And this is bad. This is bad, because this is to have pleasure, and pleasure is not associated only to this. And with this is pregnancy. An early pregnancy is a problem because it's not decided. Girls lower than 15 years age, they couldn't decide. They are forced. And, well, they are having, and they became pregnant, and they really are suffering, and they don't know how to prevent. So we need to let them know, and of course, in this prevention, we need to give them ideas about the contraceptive methods and about also how to manage their bodies. And later on is happening, that is the delivery. And delivery is a problem because we know it's a normal issue, but it's medicalized and sometimes it's having great problems and it's treated as a disease. And the women still are dying, as was said by Andrea. They are dying. They are dying in the delivery or after. So one of the important points we need to have is the issue that they need to be able to interrupt or not if they decide. But they need to be able to decide. And if they want to interrupt, they need to have access to safe abortion. And this is something that we need to talk about, because if not, we are not giving them the arms to be able to protect themselves from dying. And when we move out, is coming, of course, violence is all the time there. The violence, gender-based violence is all the time there. So this is a problem we need to also come and of course, all other diseases associated. But the issue of climate is something that we think, well, climate is nothing related to the women. No, it has a lot related to women, because we need to have the possibility to have a safe environment. And this is the problem. Women are more affected by what happens in the environment when it's not safe and when it's the climate change affecting it. So if we have no access to water, if we have no access to good and to other issues, we are very affected. And the women, as we are in the housing, and there is the problem, we are much more affected. That's why it's a holistic in the agenda. So we couldn't say that the people considering climate are not women. And as we know, we need to have the access to the money they are investing to improve the climate environment. And this is something that we need to be very aware. We need to be there claiming to change in our environment how we can improve it. So we say that we need to have good environments in which we are taking care of the people, so it's a healthy, it's a development, and we need also to have something on the environment. And to end, as you know, care economy is a great problem. It's not new. We are talking now about care economy, but since the beginning, as an elderly woman, all of us, we were talking about the two or the triple activities or works women are doing, because we have to work at home, we have to work outside to bring money, and to have to work to take care of those they need. So this unpaid care was on the hands of the women and girls. And this is the problem. We need a care economy in which governments, private sector, and all the society are taking care, because women and girls, and also men, of course, we need them to be able to develop themselves. And this is to work, but also to have developed in their issues. And so they need to have the care, share the care of the children, care of the illness, care of the elderly. And this needs to be done in a way that allowed everyone, not only the women, also the men in the families, to be able to develop themselves. So care economy is a great clause, and this is something that we need to understand why women's salaries are lower. First of all, because we are not so much in the formal, so we have not so many rights to care about the salaries. And the second, we are in the informal principally. There we have no social protection, so when we have a child, we have no license to care, not license, so we lost, and we are picking down from the work, and so salaries finally are lower. And also, due to this, the private sector doesn't want to have women as workers if they are in the age of reproduction. Why? Because we are going to have many time away to care the children and to have the prenatal and postnatal care. So these are the issues that are inside there. So we need to put them all together, but we need to be able that all women have access to all the benefits that the agenda promotes. So
Thank you so much. I think that you have outlined for us a comprehensive set of problems and issues in this space, all the way from the SDGs themselves as cross-cutting topics, down to the most personal levels of bodily autonomy and identity. I think that when we consider these challenges, it can be difficult to identify possible solutions. And I'd like to move to Aparajita next to address this very important question. So accelerating family planning relies heavily on political commitment and successful implementation. Taking India as an example, can you speak to the role of NGOs in supporting the strategies and policies that have been put in place to address these challenges?
Thank you, Lauren. And I think as an Indian, it gives me great delight to share with you all that we have been doing very, very well when it comes to tackling women's health indicators. Of course, we have not, reached the last mile as in, we still have work to do. But if you look at maternal mortality ratio, our SDG goal was about for 70, we've already reached, we are in the 90s now. The latest numbers say it's 97. So definitely, the government of India and all partners and collaborators have worked well in providing women safe childbirth. And we're really looking forward to these numbers coming down and hopefully before 2030. If you look at the total fertility rate, again, India has reached the replacement levels, and I'm sure, Andrea, you're going to talk a little bit more about it. If you look at a modern contraceptive prevalence rate, we are inching, better. Many women now have access to contraceptives rate. Our unmet need is also going down. If you look at, like Mabel talked about, how the close interaction between women's health and social norms. So if you look at norms that impact women's health, level of education, child marriage, there also we are doing well. Our child marriage rate has come down to the early 20s. I think it's around 23 now. More girls are getting educated. More girls are getting, the benefit of education in the country. So I think there's a lot of good things happening, but since you asked me directly about what NGOs could do in support, I think for mission-driven NGOs, it's really, really important that we help take our government's policies, we take other kinds of solution in the last mile. Like we say, no one should be left behind, and I think we have to do a special effort to reach those who are in the margins. And often it is women, it is girls, it's poorer women, it's women from poorer economic classes. So I think NGOs have a very, very important role in ensuring that we reach the last mile, that we help services reach the last mile. Often, we see we have wonderful policies. India's health policy is absolutely, completely backed up by Indian government's funds and domestic funds. So it's not really the question of money or policies. I think it's the right now the need is to make it happen at the last mile. And again, I think NGOs have a very important role to play in ensuring that women know what the government have provided for them, whether it is health services, whether it's entitlements around nutrition or education. Many states in the country provide, all states in the country, we have an education policy which provides free education till middle school. There are schemes which provide education girls, through cash incentives even after they do graduation. So I think it's really important for NGOs to take these messages to the communities and tell them that this is what you can do. And I think for me, the ideal role for NGOs would be to be that bridge which carries policies, programs right down to women and communities, and also brings their kind of experience and perspectives back. So I see NGOs playing a very catalytic role, especially, like I said, repeating myself, I know, to reach the last mile. Thank you.
Those are really wonderful updates and signs of progress. And I think that it also harkens back to some of what we heard from our speakers in yesterday's side event about the women's self-help groups, which have been so successful here as a wonderful model for making progress in future. Thank you so much. I'd like to direct my next question to Andrea. So SRHR is not only about family planning and maternal health services, but it is in fact a holistic approach that encompasses information and services that are rights-based and also covers the life cycle of women. And Mabel highlighted some of the challenges that are faced throughout that life cycle. So may I ask, what needs to be done to enhance range and reach, especially for women from more vulnerable communities?
Thank you so much, Lauren, for raising this, because we're talking a lot about family planning, we're talking a lot about maternal mortality, but it's so much broader than that. And it starts with the young girl. It starts with menstrual hygiene and health around menstrual hygiene. This can be a life-changing experience for girls when it goes badly. It can lead to them dropping out of school, missing too many days, incurring infections that then impact their reproductive lives. We're talking about early pregnancy, particularly in vulnerable communities, early marriage, and closely spaced pregnancies, particularly in countries where girls are undervalued. There's immense pressure to produce the boy child, and women and girls will be forced to keep trying to produce that boy child, regardless of the impact on their health. And let's not forget the impact on their mental health, not just their physical health. We need to look at why is this happening? Lack of access to affordable menstrual hygiene products. And I have to say, in India, I'm extremely impressed and proud. Many of the states have taken up initiatives to provide free menstrual hygiene products to girls in schools to enable them to stay in school and to be there every day of the school year. Discrimination and restricted access to services. Do you know that 40% of the women across the world do not have decision-making authority over their own sexual and reproductive health? Think about it. It's not you who decides, it's your mother-in-law or your father, or you just have no say in the matter because nothing is provided to you and nothing is available. So this is a major challenge we have to address. We haven't even mentioned infertility. And I know Aparajita mentioned total fertility rate. Well, we work with a lot of countries now that are reaching fertility replacement rate, about 2.1 and even lower. And many of the countries in the north, of course, are way below that. So really what we need to be offering, if we're talking about sexual reproductive health and rights, is the right to bear children and to bear as many as you like, and when you like, and with whom. So fertility and addressing infertility is not just a luxury. It's very important for economic development. It's important for stability and sustainable development in countries. I think you know I'm the country director for Bhutan, and Bhutan hit its total fertility rate of 1.9 several years ago, and as a very small country with a population of under 800,000 people, can you imagine where that's going? And the government is quite desperate to reverse total fertility. So we've worked with them to explain that actually no country in the world has really had success in reversing fertility. But what they have had success with is ensuring greater human capital, the potential of humans to contribute to sustainable development, and about life-threatening diseases women around the world. And it's mostly preventable economically. The last 2030, all about that thorough integration in just mentioned. It's about strengthening health systems and taking gender issues into account right from the planning stage. How does the woman access that service? How can she take advantage when she's too far away or when she may not have even full decision-making authority? How can we improve that for her? How can we open up that space? Prioritizing interventions that challenge social norms. We do a lot of work here, as I mentioned, around menstrual hygiene and management, around girl wantedness, really changing the value of the girl child, and promoting social norms like positive masculinity. And I have to say, I go around the country and I meet with a lot of youth groups, and I'm always super inspired by the young men. And I challenge them and the boys, and I say, why do you want to give up your power? Why? I wouldn't. And they say, no, it'll be better for everybody. The men won't have to work as hard to support families. There'll be more equal sharing, we'll be more relaxed, and then women can actually play greater roles in society that allows them to make our society better. So the young generation gets it. They really do. And off the record, I think we just have to focus on these older generations like ourselves and getting over these obstacles. But the young generation, I think it'll go very, very quickly, not the least of which because of the role of technology. Education. I know there are a number of colleagues here from UNESCO and UNICEF, and in those 80 countries that implemented comprehensive sexuality education, in no country delayed much IV.
Local NGOs and making sure that through the grants we're delivering, that we're supporting education, we're supporting access and awareness with a focus on youth. So that's another really big part of the work that we do. And then a really great example as well as part of that is the work that we're doing through our global partnership with UNFPA, with the Maternity Foundation, the Safe Delivery app, which is being piloted here in India, adding a module around family planning education for women who've recently had children. So really looking at empowering, both the woman and also the healthcare providers so that they have the information that they need. And, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Indian government, I know, who are, working diligently and committed to expanding the family planning program, offering even more contraceptive options to the women. And I think that political commitment is just critically important. And then putting in the enabling policies, putting in the enabling programs, which brings me to the last point, which is sustainability and financing. We talk about the importance of scaling, we talk about the importance of reaching more women, but we know that there are budget constraints. We know that the world is still in recovery post-COVID, so we have to get really creative about funding. And we are hearing a lot of movement around, channeling more resources towards climate change. We're hearing about green bonds, but we're also now seeing the birth of the gender bond. And we're seeing gender-specific financing that is really compelling to see, because that means that it is a valid business case. And then from the private sector, we're also proud members of the Equity 2030 Alliance, together with UNFPA as well, where we're looking at how do we integrate SRHR principles into ESG and private sector frameworks. And as a company, we are committed to be leading in this space, to continue to co-create, to learn on how we can bring in more private sector, not just those who are your traditional healthcare, pharmaceutical, but across all the various sectors as well. And then to work with partners. For example, we've recently announced our global partnership with the Latin America Development Bank towards funding more resources to address unintended pregnancies in the Latin America region. This will allow all the pilot programs that were run in the Latin America region to truly scale and reach more women. So I think working across the concepts of innovation, looking at awareness and education, and then sustainability and financing are critical parts that really help us to think differently when it comes to partnerships. And really, when we think about women's health, one sector cannot do it alone. And I'd love to hear also from Aparajita and Andrea kind of reflections on, our partnership and how, by working in a multi-sector approach, that has helped us advance common goals and ultimately serve more women and girls in the countries we are.
Amazing. Thank you so much for highlighting those accomplishments. One of the most powerful tools we have when we're trying to make the case for why these issues matter is by sharing our success stories. And that's something I don't know that we do enough of. When we're trying to make the case for more budget, when we're trying to make the case for more representation, more leadership, we need to talk about why it works, why it helps, why it's important. And the best way to do that is by showcasing best practices. And thank you so much for highlighting some of those in your work. I wonder if I might ask Aparajita to talk a little bit more about her work for What Women Want.
Thank you, Lauren. You mentioned, Andrea, that only 40% of women over the world have the right to make decisions about their health. And I want to add to that to say that a very important part of gender equity is for women to be able to make their own life choices, make their own decisions, and more importantly, speak for themselves and also be heard. And as people who work in the field day in and day out, we know that when we listen to women, they provide solutions that work best in their context. We may be sitting in our offices, we have the best interest at heart, and we design, quote unquote, design programs for women, but we very rarely ask them about, what is it that you want? And that was the genesis of the What Women Want campaign. We thought that since we work for women, how difficult would it be to go and ask women directly? What is it that you want when it comes to your health? So this was the seed of the What Women Want campaign. It was started in India by the White Ribbon Alliance for Safe Motherhood in India. And like I said, the core philosophy was to hear from women and then amplify their voices. We started in 2016. This was kind of a completely unfunded idea. We just thought that, it's our moral obligation to hear from women because we feel very strongly about it. So we thought that we'll speak to 50,000 women, and in 6 months we had the voices of 150,000 women. Then we kind of tried to disaggregate and put in a database of what women is asking for. And when we started looking at what women had written in that postcard, we sent around little postcards to women to say, tell us what you aspire for, what you want, not what you didn't get, but really what you want. And when we started reading those postcards, like I said, it was like a game changer. Let me take the example of quality of care. If you ask someone in the medical fraternity what is quality of care, they will tell you it's having the best clinical standards, ample human resources, the best infrastructures, which is all true. There's nothing incorrect about it. But when we looked at how women defined quality of care, it was respectful care. They did not want it, to be treated differently because she is a young mother, or didn't want to be treated differently because she has come for her 5th childbirth. They did not want to be discriminated because they are not educated or not well off. So, so we looked very deeply at what women were telling us, and then we curated messages which were put forward to people who could make the change. When it comes to respectful care, we went to health systems, we went to governments who are making policies all around the world. And the most interesting thing was this campaign then became a platform of collaboration, and I think it's a best practice in collaboration. The Indian campaign became very quickly a global campaign. We had multiple partners. We had professional associations who became part of it, other NGOs. We had UN agencies who joined, like PMNCH. We had donor agencies like the Gates Foundation who started supporting the campaign. And we even have private sector like Organon, who's kind of part of the campaign right now. And I think when something and a good idea catches everybody's imagination, some of the ripple effects of what women want, I don't think we're even aware of. Suddenly somebody would forward us a tweet which Melinda Gates had tweeted about the campaign. Our former Principal Secretary Health, Preeti Sudan, and the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Helen Clark, wrote an op-ed about it. And these were not kind of quote-unquote instigated by us. People took this campaign as their own kind of collaborative effort. And today, this campaign, as far as we have been able to get information, has changed has been responsible for about 20 policy changes across the world. Thousands of nurses and midwives have been hired by multiple governments in multiple continents in response to what women have been asking for. Thousands of facilities have been upgraded. For example, women really put forward the ask that water and sanitation is really important. And back to your point, Mabel, that you cannot really fragmentize a woman's body and say, okay, let's just talk of reproductive health and nothing else. And really, really happy to also kind of say that millions of dollars have now been mobilized by other players in multiple countries to support the aspirations of women. There has been a statement put forward by professional associations at the global level saying that we commit ourselves to respond to what women are asking for. Again, this was not instigated by us. And just to say that, this campaign is a very wonderful example of how we can connect the woman in the community, right down to very important policymakers, private sector partners, community partners, NGOs, when you want to really go after a goal, and that is women's health. So this is, we're really, really proud of the campaign and the impact. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to share this.
Really incredible work, really incredible work. I think that your ability to highlight the importance of campaign, good communication, and the ability to work with others and reach across those silos is something all of us can learn from. I'd like to, with that in mind, direct the next question to Mabel. Within our own G20, W20 community and looking towards our upcoming G20 summit, how do you think that the W20 community can strengthen accountability in the conversations that are taking place around women's health?
Well, I think in the Women 20, because this is where we are and where we need to push there, we need to consider that health is not isolated. This is the first point I want to say, because it's not only something that is separate from other issues. So this is the first point. The second point, I think, is very important, how we related health with education. In general, we put everything on education. We need to take care not to bring everything to education, but also we need to increase the relation between education and health and how they interact. That's why it's so important that we promote in our countries and in our recommendations, and to move further than G20 and Women 20, the issue of the relation in between health, education, and empowerment, because this is the point. We need to do that in a way that is more, let's say, more effective. And to be more effective is not to isolate, it's to integrate. Integration also sometimes seems to be that we lose something. We are not losing nothing, but also what we need to point it out is that we need to understand that the relation between education and health is more related to prevention than to care. So we need to have care, but we need to have prevention. And prevention is more how we empower our women and girls. This is very important for girls, in order they are able to protect themselves. And this is the great challenge. So comprehensive sexuality education is a way. You could call as you want, it doesn't matter, the name. The important issue is that we are approaching the young people, the children, since children and adolescents, how to care themselves, how to care others also, because they are responsible for others, so this is not isolated, and how they can protect themselves in a way that is really not affecting the others, but looking at the whole group in a way. And the other point I think is very important, we need to consider how is the relation between health, education, and working. Because of course, we need to produce, we need to be countries that are producing, but we need to remember that we couldn't produce if our population is not well healthy in a way, and is not only educated in a way to reach the levels of education, is to know how to help themselves and help the others. I think this is something very important that is different from the education itself, but it's necessary to do that. So this is something I think we need to stress in our Women 20, these relations and how they are so close that we need to spend some time in developing those results. And this couldn't be isolated, so this is related to all of the others. So we couldn't say, well, digital is nothing to do. No, it's a lot to do. This is entrepreneurship, it's nothing to do. No, it's a lot to do. So what we need is to look how we combine and how we obtain this in a way that the women and girls are able to be more developed in a way not only to increase their funding or this, but to manage their life and the life of the community, because women, we manage the life of others through the families. This is something that we need to realize, and we need to take care of that. So this is something I think we need to develop in a way, and this is why it's associated, and we couldn't put separate, because the agenda is not separate. And this is the important point. The agenda, the value of the Agenda 2030 is that they are all related. And of course, some countries are developing one SDGs more than the others. But if we want to have SDG 5 improvement, we need to have SDG 3 improvement, and we need to have SDG 8 improvement. If not, SDG 5 couldn't be improvement. I don't know if this is clear, but this is the interrelation in which we need to move these things.
Thank you so much. I think you point out a lot of things for us to consider. And with that, I'd like to suggest that we move to Q&A in the audience. I've had the opportunity to ask many questions of our esteemed panelists, but if there are any questions from the audience, please do raise your hand, and I think a member of staff will come to you.
Yes, that's right. We have some volunteers around the room. If you have any questions to ask, please raise your hand.
Maybe we will take 2 or 3 questions at once. I see a hand at the back. Would you mind standing? Can someone?
Good morning. I think this issue of empowering education and health, what ma'am said, is very important. And there were different issues we could see that one organization is promoting the things. What I understood is we need to have case studies. So if those case studies can become a prominent phase of W20, I think it will really help. So what kind of initiatives W20 would like to have? Because in India we see so many brilliant case studies. But if we look at a whole, they are not visible to everyone. And what we need to do is we need to increase the visibility of what empowerment initiatives have been taken place everywhere. And as a whole, for 20 countries, if this becomes an example, that would be really wonderful thing for all of us.
I'd like to turn this comment over, and thank you so much for it, to Noha.
Thank you so much for that comment, because I think it's a really important one. And I think building on Mabel's points on what can we do as a group, I think first of all, from all the conversation from my fellow panelists, as well as kind of the engagements and the discussions we've been having, I think what is coming through is really a need to reframe the conversation on women's health as not a cost, but as an investment. And I think that means that there is a radical mindset shift that needs to happen in terms of the thinking around how are we articulating the case to our leaders, to even the private sector, to all the different stakeholders, so that we can have the mobilization that we need. So I'll just say that, from a women's health perspective, we really believe in the importance from a policy perspective as well on generating the evidence and the research. So I'll just point out 2 that are coming out and I think could help make the case as we start to build up, kind of the narrative and the story for women's health within W20. One, last year when we were together in Bali, we talked about the research that we have commissioned through Vlerick Business School, focusing on a really interesting causality between the investment in family planning technologies and closing the gender pay gap, which is really an interesting correlation. So really further strengthening the economic case on that it is really not just a good investment, but it does reap a lot of ROI in terms of the economic benefits. The second is really looking at the policy environment when it comes to family planning. So one example of that is the partnership with the European Parliamentary Forum for Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, which will develop a global contraception policy atlas, which will be launched during Women Deliver next month in Kigali, Rwanda. So if you're going to be in Women Deliver, please stop by and you can learn more about the contraception atlas as well. And there are a number of other research, but I think in addition to generating the evidence and then supplementing that with case studies and best practices so that people start to see what is possible, because I believe that seeing is believing. So I think that's an important part, so highlighting those examples, but also generating the evidence and then concrete recommendations. With this incredibly wise crowd here, I think the contributions are going to be so critical. So I think our collaboration and partnership on putting together a white paper that can be then escalated to the G20 leaders with recommendations based on what we've been seeing, based on the best practices that we have tried out in the G20 countries, so that they can also direct more resources and efforts there.
Thank you for that, Noha. And I think, Andrea, you wanted to make a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that's really important. From UNFPA perspective, while we talk about rights, frankly, it's not something I ever raise with the people I work with. I really try to talk to them about what's the return on their investment, because I know that's what they care about, whether it's the private sector, whether it's government, whether it's an organization, whether it's philanthropy. So let me just give you some quick data. We know that for every dollar invested in family planning, it can save governments $3 in costs for pregnancy and related care. Okay, that's a cost savings. We know that delaying childbirth for mothers until after the age of 20 earns them 26% more. So that's a pretty good return on investment for delaying by a couple of years. Finally, investing in a total reproductive health package, which includes family planning, $1 invested can yield as much as $120 in health and economic benefits. I don't know about you, but there's no bank in the world that's going to give you that much return on investment, and not too many companies in the world that earn that much return on investment. And finally, closing the gender gap in employment could result in GDP per capita escalating in the future by about 20%, according to World Bank figures. So we have the data. The data is clear. What I think it needs to be improved on is our ability, all of us, to communicate that, to speak in ways that the listeners understand, can eat, metabolize, and make it their own. And whether it's joining partnerships, multi-sectoral partnerships, whether it's influencing policy, whether it's investing not just money, but even their expertise. I didn't get a chance to mention financial partnership we have is with Amazon Web Services. They don't give us a penny. But what they give us is their culture of innovation. They're helping us do user-centered design, because guess how Amazon got so rich? They relied on their customers to tell them what they wanted, just what you were talking about. What do women want? And it's working, and it's bringing them revenue. So this is how we can turn the equation. This is how we can shift the optics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And do we have time for one more?
May I?
Yeah, I think we have time maybe for one final round of questions very quickly, and then we'll...
Go ahead, Mabel.
Thank you. I think one of the points, and I thank you for your very well explanation, is that among us, what we need to share is our national or local experiences, but not trying to make them be copied by others. What we need to give is why this was useful in also others, in other context, social context, political context, economical context, they can use some ideas and not copy the same, what I'm saying. Because I think this is the powerful issue, to have these meetings, that we could share our experiences, but not telling, do that because it's not. We are saying, doing that, we could do that, but maybe these are the things we consider, you can consider in your own context. And this is very important because we couldn't give any receipt for all of our 25 countries. We need to only give our experience to be able to do that. And also I think we need to be carefully to use as lessons learned our things that we are wrong and we couldn't do it well, because we are learning from our things that we have been wrong. And this is not to pass an exam as in the university. This is to share our experience in the government, in the civil society, in the entrepreneurship, and how we relate it. And this is something that in each society needs to be different. But we could pick up some things that could help the others. So this, I think, is the issues we need to start doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in the interest of time and really delving deep into our emphasis on communication, I wonder if I might challenge each of our panelists in 20 seconds to give all of us your best recommendation for how to address this issue going forward. So, Aparajita, you.
Thank you for the challenge. I think my recommendation is that if we work in silos, it's going to take much longer to reach our goals. So let's break the silos, try and work together. You made a case for return on investment and you talked about education. There is also data which says that if we educate girls more, 12 years of education can lead to increase in the GDP. It can prevent child marriages by 6 times. It can increase contraceptive uptake by 4 times. So that's an example of what a return on investment on collaboration would mean. So my recommendation is that let's reach out to traditional and non-traditional partners and try and work together for women's empowerment. Thank you.
Andrea, to you.
Greater use of technology, not only to find solutions, but to communicate this better return on investment for all, for social well-being, for economic well-being.
Excellent. And Noha?
I completely agree. I think rewriting and reframing the narrative is going to be critical, and then looking at disruptive solutions.
Excellent. Mabel, last.
I think we need to be used to have all year long sharing our experiences, because we are not going to copy, we share to find good examples and open our mind. Oh, this could be something we can do, but not trying to copy or impose. But we need to work the whole year, not only in these moments. We need to be working the whole year.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you to our audience for an excellent time. I'd like to close with sharing a kind of reflection that health is precious. It's life itself. Without it, very little can be possible. And when we reflect on the 2030 Agenda, achieving it and achieving gender equality and also women's health and empowerment, I think that we should not be waiting until something precious is lost before we take action. We should be doing more now. We should be more ambitious. And I challenge all of us in this room to continue our great work, continue our good communication, continue our collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lauren, and thank you to each of the panelists for this fascinating discussion. Now we have a time for a small break. You may go outside for beverages and tea. Please come back before 12. At 12, we're going to proceed with our inaugural session for the release of the W20 communique. Thank you. is to develop gender-focused, high-impact strategic policy recommendations in key priority areas for women's empowerment and women-led development, and submit them directly to the G20 leaders for consideration. Today, we can say that this mission has been achieved. This year's communiqué synthesizes the collective analysis, prioritization, and vision of a diverse and influential group of women leaders and allied men from G20 countries, all with the objective to make women the leaders of a more just and prosperous world for all. The communiqué is a culmination of several months of multi-stakeholder collaboration, cooperation, and communication to build consensus The Honorable Minister is entering the room. Please take your seat. everyone kindly please take a seat? Yeah, okay. I would like to invite the following leaders to the stage, please. Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development at the Government of India. Shri Amitabh Kant, Sherpa G20 India. Dr. Sandhya Purecha, Chairperson of Sangeet Natak Academy and Chair of the W20 India. Mr. Shambi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator for India. Dr. Shamika Ravi, Member of the Prime Minister of India's Economic Advisory Council and lead of the W20 Communique drafting team. Ms. Dharitri Patnaik, entrepreneur and philanthropist and chief coordinator of the W20 India. Please come to the stage. Right now. Yeah. Okay. The mission of the W20, which you all help bring to life, is to develop gender-focused, high-impact strategic policy recommendations in key priority areas for women's empowerment and women-led development, and submit them directly to the G20 leaders for consideration. Today, we can say that this mission has been achieved. This year's communique synthesizes the collective analysis, prioritization, and vision of a diverse and influential group of women leaders and allied men from G20 countries, all with the objective to make women the leaders of a more just and prosperous world for all. The communique is the culmination of several months of multi-stakeholder collaboration, cooperation, and communication to build consensus, resulting in a call to action. It involved grassroots-level rural and urban women, G20 delegates, G20 nations and policymakers, knowledge and network partners, volunteers, as well as nonprofit and private organizations from the G20 countries. The 2023 W20 communique proposes policy solutions in the areas of women entrepreneurship, grassroots women leadership, bridging the gender digital divide, education and skills development, and climate change, all while encapsulating the spirit of women leading the change towards one earth, one family, and one future. We're all here today proud to officially release the W20 communique for the Indian presidency of the G20. But before that, I would like to invite our leaders on stage to light the lamp, please. Thank you. For the honor and celebration of releasing the W20 communique, I would like now to invite Dr. Sandhya Purecha, Chair of the W20 India, who will welcome our leaders with flower bouquets and for an introductory address to this 2023 W20 communique inaugural session. Dr. Sandhya Purecha, could you please come for an introductory address? Dr. Sandhya Purecha, Chair of the W20 India.
Namo Namaha, Vanakkam and Suswagatam. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the third W20 Summit at the culturally rich and historic town of Mahabalipuram. My greetings and sincere gratitude to our distinguished guests seated on the dais, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Government of India, Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Sherpa G-20, Shri Amitabh Kant ji, UN Resident Coordination in India, Mr. Shombi Sharp ji, Member of W20 India, Dr. Shamika Ravi ji, Chief Coordinator Dharitri Patnaik ji, and of course the special welcome Vasanti Srinivasan ji, MLA Coimbatore. Thank you very much for coming here. I also welcome all our guests and delegates from the Government of India's Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry for Women and Child Development. And finally, let us welcome with a huge round of applause this illustrious gathering of incredible women leaders from across the world. Yes, I say leaders because you all are leaders, because you have united to pave the way for a world that transcends barriers to women-led development. Again, with the Sanskrit words, Na Stri Ratnam Samam Ratnam. There is no jewel like a woman in this world. With your presence, this summit provides us with an excellent opportunity to harness the power of diversity, recognizing that every woman's voice, regardless of her background or her circumstances, holds immense value. Thank you for making this summit tread towards the success. It gives me immense pleasure to briefly share with you the W20 India's initiative in the past 7 months. We have engaged with over 1 lakh women through 150 plus public outreach programs conducted over 15 states and union territories across India. Additionally, we have hosted knowledge-building seminars and awareness campaigns in association with various organizations, universities, knowledge partners, and stakeholders to tap into the repository of knowledge from various women. Next, to bridge the gender digital divide, we launched our unique Mission Digital Women's Program to provide women financial and digital literacy and skilling. This is an artificial intelligence-based program that empowers women to be digitally and financially independent. Also, we organize a brilliant side event in New York in collaboration with India at United Nations with support of UN Women in the presence of a houseful audience on how technology and digital knowledge economy is transforming the lives of women and girls at the grassroots. We also have conducted two major meetings in India, one at Aurangabad and second at Jaipur, amalgamating the best of global minds to establish a strong international and national network of collaboration and partnership to foster cooperation and call for action between stakeholders and leveraging collective efforts to drive change. The W20 meetings have resulted in building a digital and financial training module, first respondent framework for climate change as prompted by Honorable Minister Srimati Smriti Irani ji in our very first meeting. Also a compendium on women-led development, a white paper on health and gender pay gap, and women entrepreneurship. As we reflect on India's presidency of W20, we must acknowledge the progress that has been made while recognizing that there is still much work to be done. The challenges that women face are complex and multifaceted, requiring collective efforts and unwavering commitment from governments, civil society, and individuals alike. In the earlier meeting at Jaipur, our Sherpa gave a call to give radical recommendation in such a way that there was a very different enthusiasm and energy in the entire W20 India team that made it to get communique done radically. While working towards drafting our communique and presenting it to the world leaders, we are reminded of the power vested in us to influence policies, shape perspectives, and drive transformative initiatives that leave a lasting impact on the society. We are all driven by the vision of our great leader of our nation, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has spearheaded women-led development as a key priority area for India's G20. I'm confident that this W20 India Summit will serve as a Nari Shakti, a catalyst for action, inspiring us to redouble our efforts, challenge the status quo, and shape a future where every woman has an equal opportunity to thrive, transcend, and transform her life as well as all others. Let me conclude with one very nice Sanskrit shlok, Nari Shakti, Shaktishali Samajasya Nirmanam Karoti. The women empowerment can make the powerful society. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Sanya Purecha. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Shamika Ravi, member of the Prime Minister's Economic Council and W20 India delegate, for a welcome address.
Namaskar, everyone. What a process it has been. Well, Honorable Minister, respected Sherpa, the chairperson of W20, UN Rep, Mr. Sharp, my dear Dharitri, all invited special guests, and my very dear W20 sisters. This has been an incredible process. While chairing the Communique Drafting Committee, I have come to know many of you very closely. I have had the privilege to interact with every delegate through either the HODs or the other members of the drafting committee. Each one of you have had unrelenting passion and commitment to the larger cause. The communique that we have put together in the presidency with the support of each one of you, because everything that is there in the communique has originally come from the delegates. We were constrained in terms of working with the inputs provided by the delegates. So we don't put anything on our own. So everything that is there in the document has come from you. Under the overarching theme of one earth, one family, and one future, which we call Vasudeva Kudumbakam, the W20 has taken 5 areas to focus on to prioritize. Now, the rank ordering we can have a lot of debate about it. But given the overarching theme of one Earth, one family, one future, we rated climate as one of the most important issues that W20 wants to focus on. We have entrepreneurship, we have gender digital divide, something that the Prime Minister spoke a great deal about just 3 days back. We have grassroots leadership, something that we see as a legacy that we are very keen to leave behind and to promote to the rest of the world. And of course, education, skills, labor force participation of women, which continues to be a constraint. Now, women-led development as a theme percolates through each of the 5 focus areas. The communique is really a joint call. It's a call from each one of you. It's a call from all members of the W20 to place women and girls at the drivers of our overall theme of one Earth, one family, and one future. First and foremost, it's a call to advance on previous commitments of Bali, Rome, etc., on equity and equality for women, asking each member country to develop and improve a national gender strategy, funded and tracked using gender-sensitive and gender-disaggregated data. We have put a great deal of emphasis this year in the communique of W20 on putting together data which pertains to women's well-being. Creating an annual G20 report and review mechanism to track the implementation. While the communique is like a philosophical draft, the action plan really has the core content on how countries are to operationalize what is there in the communique. On climate change, it is very well understood that women and climate are inextricably linked, and women should be at the heart of climate justice. All climate-related policies, therefore, must take on inclusive, equal, and equitable gender approach. On entrepreneurship, we say that women entrepreneurs, while they play a crucial role in driving national economies by boosting GDP, creating jobs, providing essential goods and services, women, particularly in rural and remote areas, continue to face multiple legal, policy, procedural, regulatory, social, and societal barriers, as well as lack of access to capital and financial services. Our recommendations in each section, therefore, pertain to exactly these overall objectives. On gender digital divide, we build on the Prime Minister's call for the wider gender digital divide. This gap in access, skills, leadership, research is driven by the complex social, economic, and cultural factors that we recognize and fully appreciate. It results in women and girls experiencing barriers in accessing, using digital technologies. Closing this gap will therefore result in significant social and economic gains. We have abundant empirical evidence from almost all member countries to show that. This will promote livelihoods and overall GDP, both for now and the future generations. The G20 leaders must therefore commit to women's full participation as key actors and decision makers in the digital economy. The recommendations, each of them pertain to this overarching objective. One of our core areas that we are particularly passionate about is the grassroots leadership. It is critical for women to become leaders, and you have some example. In fact, the minister here today is an inspiring figure on account of a pipeline of women leaders emerging through the grassroots of Indian organizations. India, in that sense, is a unique country because we have experimented and successfully moved from 30 to 50% panchayat leaders as being women. So it is critical for women to become leaders, to lead development, and act as agents of change, including at the grassroots level, and for society to embrace that mindset and the systemic change necessary for women to exercise that leadership. As such, governments, organizations, and individuals have been called upon to promote grassroots leadership of women, and towards that, besides quotas and minimum quota, we have specific recommendations which can help member countries achieve this. And finally, we focus on education, skill development, and labor market participation. We believe that education is a human right. For peaceful, equitable, and prosperous societies, it is necessary to educate girls and women. The economic contribution of women must therefore be appropriately recognized, rewarded, and supported through measures that promote decent and predictable work, gender equitable sharing of care responsibilities, strengthening public infrastructure, social infrastructure, and a guarantee of freedom from gender-based violence everywhere. This W20 communique, which we present to you, of our presidency, pushes women-led development with an aim to transform, thrive, and transcend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Now I would like to invite Mr. Shambi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator for India, for a special address.
Honorable Minister Smriti Irani, Minister of Women and Child Development, Sri Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa, Dr. Parecha, Dr. Ravi, and Ms. Patnaik, colleagues from the W20, to all of you in this truly amazing collective here today, I bid you Yellow Rukum Vanakam, Namaskar, Mujhe W20 Summit mein aakar bahut khushi hui. It's really a true honor to be here on behalf of the United Nations in India. We have many of the UN colleagues here in this room today, and as representative of the UN Secretary General, it's a real honor to be here. Actually, my first time in Mahabalipuram, and had the opportunity to see the stunning Shore Temple yesterday, a UNESCO World Heritage Complex, and I truly hope nobody leaves without having the opportunity to go. Don't miss it. So I'll begin by congratulating the Secretariat and all the members here of the W20 for delivering such an important consensus communique and compendium on women-led development, both of which are about to be launched. Very much looking forward to that, and so incredible to see these achievements coming together here at this summit. So congratulations to all of you in the room. Colleagues, the Honorable Prime Minister of India kicked off India's G20 presidency with the vision of an inclusive, ambitious, decisive, and action-oriented G20. And I believe everyone will agree this has been truly and is being truly delivered. The W20, an excellent example, and across all of the working groups and engagement groups. And I know that Sri Amitabh Kant's passion and dynamism has played no small part in that success. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister has also called on all countries in the G20 and in the world to transition from a view of development of women to women-led development framework. And I commend India's G20 presidency for making women-led development a core pillar across all of the working groups and engagement groups, as we have seen. There's, of course, no better authority to hear about how India is driving that vision forward than the Honorable Minister, Minister Irani, whose ministry we in the UN are so proud to partner with very, very closely, especially UN Women, UNICEF, UNFPA, and many others. So friends, in the time of poly-crisis that we find ourselves, there are some consistent truths that help guide us forward in confidence, anchors of the broader Agenda 2030 promise. First is that advancing progress on gender equality and women's empowerment, the evidence shows, is the single greatest multiplier to achieve all of our aspirations for women and men, girls and boys, communities, companies, households, and nations. As the Secretary General of the United Nations has said, gender equality is the unfinished business of our time. During the pandemic, we saw countries led by women able to flatten the curve faster, able to make better economic recoveries. Globally, 70% of the frontline healthcare workers fighting the pandemic were women and continue to be. Here in India, we saw the absolutely vital role played by Anganwadi workers, by ASHA workers, and women at all levels. So the evidence is also clear that when women take more leadership roles in public administration, governments are more responsive, more accountable, corruption is reduced, and the quality of public services improves. Having more women in parliaments is linked to stronger climate commitments and higher levels of investment in healthcare, education, and human development. Yet, globally, while women make up 46%, essentially almost half of public administrators, only 31% hold top leadership positions. Only 30% hold senior management positions in business. So in short, we need more women ministers like Minister Irani. We need more women presidents like Honorable President Murmu of India. We need more women prime ministers, more women CEOs at all levels to build a more just and sustainable world. Second, gender equality is first and foremost about human rights, but it is also about smart economics. There should be no mystery, no controversy. It's simply about a fair playing field that puts all of us truly on equal footing to achieve our full capabilities as people so that our communities and nations in turn achieve their full capabilities. Women's equal participation in every sphere is the game changer that the Secretary General calls on us to deliver to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Globally, it's estimated that $12 trillion can be added to the world economy by advancing women's empowerment. Who doesn't want $12 trillion for good? Yet still, UN Women's latest Gender Snapshot 2022 talks about at present trends, we need another 286 years to remove fully discriminatory laws and close prevailing gaps in legal protections for women and girls. Now, even if we each have our daily dose of Nariyal Pani, I don't think any of us has 286 years to wait. So instead, let's focus on the changes we will make in the situation now and in the coming 5 to 7 years. Let's change that preposterous angle of trajectory now. This requires a set of clear but very achievable objectives highlighted by this G20, by this W20. First, the basics. Women and girls must be free to work, to study, to play without the threat of violence, gender-based violence, domestic violence, and must have equal access to all the basic necessities of life, good health, including mental health, education, sport, digital connectivity. Government of India programs such as from a wide range from Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, ensuring the survival and protection and education of the girl child, to the Pradhan Mantri Mudra small enterprise loan schemes with 68% of beneficiaries being women, are just some examples leading the way. Second, we need to expand jobs and livelihood opportunities for all women, including farmers, women in the informal and care economy sectors, meaning more decent and formal and wage-based employment through greater investments in women-owned industries, enterprises, community-based organizations, self-help groups, and public-private participation partnerships. We need to invest in the care economy, as we've heard so much about, that will bring women back into the labor force and can deliver 475 million new jobs by 2030 alone. And, of course, as we face the triple planetary crisis, the greatest existential threat of all, biodiversity loss, pollution, climate change, investing in the green economy and sustainability has taken center stage. India's businesses are already walking the talk. From the self-help groups that we've heard from, social enterprises, to industry leaders deploying incredible capital at scale. India's private sectors have investment plans of over $200 billion in green energy. driven by India's ambitious Panchamrit climate commitments, 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. And of course, the Prime Minister's new Lifestyles for the Environment campaign initiative, global initiative, that the Secretary General was proud to join the launch of last year, leading to a global Jan Andolan movement for mindful consumption and production. And third, today the digital and the physical worlds are increasingly inseparable. I've heard the term phygital used lately. Thus, digital public goods and closing the digital divide are absolutely vital. And we know that financial inclusion is one of the most important vehicles to drive women's empowerment. Here, India has made rapid advancements at unprecedented scale through the power of the Indian Jam Trinity tech stack and a world-leading model of public-private collaboration. Friends, to conclude, we find ourselves in a moment of much pessimism, war, climate change. For the very first time, progress on the Sustainable Development Goals has been pushed back in many areas. But today, we are standing here at a confluence of three rivers of optimism. The combined power of gender equality, the G20, multilateralism, and India as an increasing role model for the world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. As the Secretary General said here in India last year, India is the country that can make the SDGs a reality for the world. Yesterday we heard incredible stories from the grassroots women in India overcoming amazing odds, demonstrating the power of leadership. Shobha Rani, who was here in the audience, I believe, told us, we used to talk about empowering women for the sake of women. Now we know we need women for empowerment for the sake of our entire nation. So let's increasingly look to this leadership India is bringing us with the largest, the most young minds, the greatest youth generation in history, fastest growing large economy, a dynamic private sector, this world-class digital public goods, South-South cooperation increasingly being offered to other countries for mutual benefit. And I would add that I just had the opportunity to participate in a celebration of the 75th year of UN peacekeeping with the Minister of Defense of India, Chief of Staff of all of the military in India. And we noted that not only has India been the largest troop contributing country to UN peacekeeping since the very beginning, but India also has been a leader in UN Security Council Resolution 1325, Women in Peace and Security, and has brought women into the peacekeeping area since 1960 and is leading the path in so many different ways. We are so proud to recognize that. So, India's G20 presidency and all of you here participating, I think we can celebrate what I always like to call an SDG 20. And we will literally have a handshake. We will go from India's summit, Leaders Summit in September, to just a few days later, the global SDG Summit in New York. And India, with all of your participation, will be bringing to that summit an SDG Acceleration Action Plan, a prepared meal of optimism to the table in New York. For this, we thank you all. We thank the W20 organizers, and I recommit all of the agencies of the United Nations system to work closely with each one of you as partners on this path, our only path. Nari Shakti, Mika Nandri, Bahat Bahat Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharp. Now I would like to invite Sri Amitabh Kant, Sherpa of the G20, for a special address.
Srimati Smriti Rani, our Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development. She's been a driver of many radical changes in India. Dr. Sandhya Pulecha, the chairperson of Women 20 in India. Shamika Ravi, Shombi Sharp, Datri Patnaik. All of you who've gathered here today from different parts of the world. And I'm truly delighted that there is so much of energy and dynamism in this room with so many of you who've come from different parts of the world. And we are truly delighted to receive you in this very fascinating destination of Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu, state of India. Tamil Nadu is the southernmost state of India, one of very dynamic states, but Mahabalipuram is a World Heritage Site. It's a very unique heritage site, and actually you must go and spend some time in this wonderful world-class site, heritage site. The recent study by World Economic Forum has said that it'll take 132 years to bring in gender equality between men and women. None of us have 132 years. It's not possible to wait for 132 years. You need to do this in the next decade and a half. And that means that we need to bring in radical changes in an era which is going to be, we are living in an era which is being marked by progress. It's being marked by innovation. We have limitless possibilities. And to my mind, that instead of waiting for 132 years, as the World Economic Forum says, if you want to do it in the next decade and a half, this would require that we bring in huge empowering opportunities, better access of education, healthcare, economic opportunities, all to women. I've been a long-term believer that we must dismantle all the barriers that are hindering the progress to create a world where women can thrive, they can contribute their talents to the fullest. We've tried to do this in different ways in India. In the last 7 to 8 years, we've made about 40 million houses. That's almost about more than the population of Australia. Over 80% of these 40 million houses have been built in the name of women, and where women have insisted, in some of the cases, they've been jointly owned by with their spouses, but 80% of the 40 million houses built in India have been in the name of women. We've provided over close to about 100 million LPG connections. These have been ensured clean cooking connections to access. We made clean cooking fuel accessible to rural and underprivileged households. We've provided about 110 million toilets. And 110 million toilets means like we've covered the entire population of Germany. And toilets to household under this Swachh Bharat scheme, 93% of women have reported that this has been the greatest benefit that they've ever got. You know, it's it's provided them a huge level of empowerment, and 43% of the STEM education, STEAM students in India, today if you look at the education, 43% of the STEM education are all women in India, and they're more than what UK, Germany, USA all have. And we have another scheme. Which has provides loans to women from Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and rural areas so that they can do self-employment, which is known as the Mudra scheme. And I was quite astonished to find that over 72% of the loans under the Mudra scheme have all flown to women beneficiaries. And therefore, what we've tried to do is to move away from just gender equality and women empowerment to what the Prime Minister has termed as women-led development. Now, this is a women-led development word is a word which is still not accepted in the United Nations terminology, still says women, gender equality, women empowerment. We've moved forward 10 steps ahead and said, make it women-led development. And women-led development is because our belief and our belief of our Prime Minister is that unless you don't put women into positions of power, the world will take another 132 years to transform and bring gender equality, as the WEF report has said. We don't have 132 years. We have just a decade and a half to do this. Now, that decade and a half means that you need to do pole vaulting, not even technological leapfrogging, you need to do pole vaulting. And that would require, to my mind, a completely new thinking, a completely change of mind which will absolutely ensure access of food, adequate nutrition, healthy diets, much of which our minister is doing today. And this would require us to build very sustainable and resilient agriculture and inclusive food systems for women. It'll require us to build affordable energy access, quality education, capacity building and skilling for women. It'll require us to ensure the full, equal and meaningful participation of leadership of women in all decision making at just about every level of society. And this would require men to change their mindset. Men need to completely change their mindset, because without that, it'll be very difficult. And to my mind, men must realize that women must lead the world. And to my mind, your communique, much of which Shamika spoke about here, I think is a very, very progressive and forward move. And I would really like to compliment all of you for arriving at a consensus as far as this particular communique is concerned. Because to get a really progressive communique where women can be drivers of the world requires a lot of effort and I went through the communique. I was really delighted. It's an incredibly forward-looking communique, because it advances previous commitments which we've been made in Rome, Brisbane, many other places. It looks at a national gender strategy based on data. And I'm a great believer in data, because we've been able to transform lives of women in 115 of the aspirational districts of India, the most backward districts of India. We don't call them backward, we call them aspirational. The Prime Minister calls them aspirational districts. We've been able to transform lives of women based on data. So data is very important, and therefore bringing from data to do an annual review mechanism, to build up a annual reporting mechanism, whether things are changing on ground or not, and then naming and shaming people. You know, we need to shame men, we need to shame districts, we need to shame states where women are not put into leadership position, or where radical changes in education, health, nutrition is not taking place. And therefore, this reporting and reviewing mechanism is really key. And I'm truly delighted that there is a huge focus on very key areas of climate change and gender, because they are intricately linked, and women have to be at the heart of climate change. Without that, climate change will impact women, and therefore women need to take care of climate change. I'm glad that there is a focus of entrepreneurship, because access of finance, gender and public procurement, access to markets, all this is very critical for women. I'm glad that there is a huge focus on gender-digital divide, because halving the digital gender divide by breaking down all barriers of accessibility and affordability and adoption and usage are very critical, because that will enable you to pole vault. And therefore, this big issue of gender-digital divide is very critical. But what I loved about the communique was that you're talking about a 15% tax break or credit for women-led technology and tech-enabled startups. That is important, because women entrepreneurs must get a tax break. In fact, I've been a long-term believer that women deposits made in the name of women should get 2% more interest rates than what men get. And I always believed that women's tax rates should be 2%, 2% less than what men get, because that, if you need to transform in a decade and a half, giving full economic empowerment to women and bringing in economic policies which will radically weigh in favor of women will be the key. So this gender digital divide is important, and I'm glad that your communique talks about grassroots leadership, because it talks about a minimum quota of 1/3 of women representation at all levels of governance, and I'm truly delighted that it focuses on education, skill, and labor market participation, because those are really critical for radically changing this. So I'm truly delighted because India's G20 presidency is about what the Prime Minister said, termed as inclusive, decisive, action-oriented, and ambitious. Your communique is inclusive, your communique is decisive, your communique is ambitious, and your communique is very ambitious, and it's action-oriented. And therefore, it embraces a very innovative action plan, and I'm truly delighted that you've really set the trend. Your trend, whatever you've decided, will find a very, very integral component and a very major part in the leaders' communique when we hold the leadership meeting in Delhi on September 9th and 10th. I can assure you that women-led development, whatever United Nations wants to term it as, gender equality and women empowerment, all this will be the key and heart of our leaders' communique. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Sri Amitabh Kant. And now we're going to have a keynote address by Shmuti Samreti Zubin Irani, Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development at the Government of India.
It is indeed a challenge to speak after the erudite Sherpa, especially when he is in a state of delight. Indeed, Sherpa, I would be most aggrieved if I did not have your presence, as usual, not only exuberant, but also satiated at the work done by the superb team at W20. At the onset, my compliments, Sandhya ji. Sherpa, before I spoke, I took her permission. And I did so because the W20 team, in its not only existence, in its not only disposition, but also the grace with which it brought multiple voices together under one roof, is a compliment to the female potential. Ladies and a smattering of gentlemen, including the ones on stage, it is indeed auspicious for us to be in Mahabalipuram today. Many amongst you may presume that this is a city historical in nature, inundated with temples, a port city of relevance, historically, geographically, administratively. But what is not oft spoken about this city is that this city was also known as a land of erudite queens. Women who traded, women who went to war, and women who were willing to sacrifice themselves so that others younger than them, if captured in war, could be brought back home safely. This land is a dedication to what Indian women are capable of. And since you're here, and the motto with which you come together today as delegates is to thrive, transcend through transformation. One of the most transformational philosophies of our nation is emanating from what we call Thirukkal. My Tamil is not as good as Vanathi Srinivasan, but if you have the opportunity ever to read and understand Thirukkal, which is also available in English, there is one that is close to my heart. In Tamil, it is said in the Thirukkal, Arivattarang kakum karuvi, Seruvarkum ullalika lagaran, which means wisdom is a weapon to ward off destruction. It is an inner fortress which enemies cannot destroy. And hence, from the land of wise women, I am incredibly elated, Sandhyaji, to be participating in this summit. Many of you know Shamika Ravi as somebody who is exceptionally talented in bringing together consensus in communication, which is for me, as Sherpa says, a delight itself. For many in my country look upon her as an economist. So I think what the W20 journey has done is helped many a women here today and those who came and participated before this discover not only potential policy changes, pronouncements, collaborations, but also something that made them better than what we were when we first came together as W20. I am today extending my gratitude to 95 international delegates who have taken the trouble, who have been kind enough to participate today from 17 G20 nations and guest countries. Cumulatively, Sandhyaji, under your leadership, we have seen the participation of 183 delegates from 18 G20 nations, 3 guest nations, and 7 international organizations. To all those who participated, the communique today, as has been enunciated by Shamika Ravi and has been deeply discussed by the Sherpa, is a communication which for many will become a dossier to deliberate upon, for many will become an instrument of debate, for many will become an opportunity to reflect. But as the Sherpa says, it is ambitious. However, as most women go, I would say it is attainable. I would like to take the opportunity to reflect on 3 main pillars of the efforts undertaken by everybody in the family of W20. I still recall my first engagement with W20 when I spoke about the need to centralize the needs of women and children when it comes to issues of climate change and climate action. Why was such a deliberation begun? In 2018, alarm bells should have rung across nations, for there was a UN report which said that of the 80% who got displaced due to climate change, 80% were not men but women. That climate change brings not only devastation geographically, it also exposes women and children to health risks by disease or risks where access to service is limited. And hence, I am extending my gratitude to the W20 team for particularly today bringing on a topic of conversation where people rally together on issues of safeguarding our planet through women-led climate action. As the Sherpa has been kind enough to explain to me, there are some institutions and individuals who seem to be troubled when something is women-led. And I believe it is better we lead through calamity now than to ensure that all humanity meets with disaster. I am also delighted that in the deliberations today, you have taken the liberty and were gracious enough to speak about the gender digital divide. Many speak about the gender digital divide only with relations to access to gender digital skills. What needs to be enhanced is conversation around gender bias coded technology and technological products. I am hopeful that in the conversation today, this aspect of divide is deeply discussed. Because if we seek to explore new opportunities for women, in economies around the world where we see an enhanced use of technology, one wonders what is the basic bias that women are confronted with when they have to use a technology opportunity for themselves. I can say just one: language. Most technology and technologically based products have a linguistic challenge which disenfranchises women, particularly from poorer communities or tribal communities. And I'm hopeful that the conversation today can add value to the solution we all seek. AI is the buzzword. Many fear it for the disruption it may bring. However, if you look at AI from a gender lens, one can reduce it to a challenge, one can look upon it as an opportunity, or one may confront it as an adversity. So my request is that when you discuss gender and technology, let's also ponder over what AI brings for women across the world. Ladies, and again, a smattering of gentlemen, the Sherpa today said something vehemently, that if men do not become a part of this change, of this revolution, of this process, let's shame them. Possibly his angst emanates from the fact that he may not find many members of his own gender at the forefront of this change which is inevitable. I must here say today that there is one aspect of deliberations that are to be undertaken today, which is more pro-women than men. And that aspect is of care economy. Many amongst you know this, that if we have an additional focus on care services, there is a potential to create 300 million extra jobs, and predominantly those jobs will belong to women. So let us not reduce the opportunity that the care economy services segment will create for women. And I'm assured that this too will be part of the process of deliberation and debate. We are at a cusp in our histories and in humanity, where many mistakes of the past can be corrected now, here, so that they do not repeat themselves and help contribute to a just, equitable tomorrow. And that is why I would beseech, not as a mother, not as a minister, but as a human being, for all those who take affront to the phrase women-led development. Notice, ladies, I am not looking at Chombi Sharp. While there are some individuals and organizations who hope that we oscillate positively only towards the term women's empowerment, those who resist the term women-led development, I beseech you to recognize that we have spent decades in our humanity waiting as a gender to be rescued. We have spent decades in our humanity waiting and being looked upon as hapless and helpless. It is only when we are at the forefront of economic leadership, it is only when we are at the forefront of telling societies at large that not only us as a gender, but as people, if we are to develop, ensure then that women lead those aspects of development. So time has come for us to transition not only in word, but also action. And looking at how action-oriented W20 has been, I'm sure the communique that you present to the G20 family would not only be formidable, but will also help G20 become future ready. Thank you so much for your participation. Jai Hind.
And now the moment we've all been waiting for, the release of the 2023 W20 communique. Yes, of course.
Thank you. Madam, your name? Thank you, Farah. I just interjected, ladies and gentlemen, to make an announcement. When we began the W20 journey with the Sherpa, we were assured that whatever the communique may be, he will ensure that the G20 leadership reflects on it and possibly be inspired by it. However, I had promised the Sherpa that the inspiration will not only be internationalized, we will also look forward to working with members of the W20 India team in the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Never before has a study been undertaken on how gender-related data affects policy and policy information. And today I'm happy to announce, in the presence of the Sherpa, that in collaboration predominantly with Shamika Ravi, we in the ministry will now put together a research paper and accumulate data sets and those related policy issues that help better inform our administration and bureaucracy with regards to gender-related data across the nation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and congratulations. And now for our closing remarks, I would like to invite Ms. Savitri Patnaik, entrepreneur and philanthropist and Chief Coordinator of the W20 India.
Thank you, Farah. Distinguished guests on the dais, it's with great pleasure and gratitude that I stand before you today to deliver the closing remarks for the inaugural session of the W20 Summit 2023. This summit holds tremendous significance as it provides a platform to address and discuss the critical issues affecting women globally. I would like to begin by extending a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. First and foremost, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Government of India, for gracing this occasion with her presence. Her unwavering dedication and tireless efforts to empower women and uplift the most vulnerable in our society are commendable. Ma'am, we are grateful for your valuable insights and support, and of course the announcement. A special vote of thanks to Shri Amitav Kant, Sherpa G20, for his remarkable insights and relentless support of the W20 in the past 7 months. His support and assurance for advocating for radical recommendations to the G20 leaders have made this W20 communique unique and possible today. Thank you, Sherpa. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Shombi Sharp, the UN Resident Coordinator in India, for his presence and for his valuable contributions to the summit. His expertise and guidance are invaluable as we strive to achieve gender equality and empower women worldwide. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to the incredible leadership of Dr. Sandhya Purecha, Chair W20 India, Chairperson Sangeet Natak Academy, for her exceptional and inspirational leadership of W20. Her dedication and commitment to the cause Her dedication and commitment to the cause of women's empowerment are truly inspiring for all women. I would like to extend our thanks to Dr. Shamika Ravi, member of the Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister of India and the chair of W20 Drafting Committee for the communique. Her expertise and tireless efforts, which I've been a witness to in leading the drafting committee, are greatly appreciated. To all the speakers, your presence and enlightening speeches will be instrumental in setting the tone for this summit. Your valuable perspectives and expertise will undoubtedly guide us in formulating effective policies and strategies for women's empowerment. We are truly honored and privileged to have the opportunity to learn from you. Since India assumed its presidency of G20 in December 2022, W20 India, under the leadership of Dr. Sandhya Purecha, has organized 150 events, which are our Citizens Outreach Program or Jan Bhagidari, in 15 states of India, with reaching out directly to more than 80,000 women. And this has been possible with the tireless efforts of our W20 India delegates, as well as our knowledge and network partners. We have more than 21 knowledge and network partners across India as well as globally. W20 is committed to its principle of leave no woman behind, and all the events organized by W20 India has covered a vast variety of women, including rural, urban, corporate leaders, tribal women, adolescent school and college girls, as well as women from financially weak backgrounds. W20 India has produced multiple knowledge products in the course of past 7 months, including, as Minister Ma'am had asked us to look into during our inception meeting, the W20 First Responders Framework, which will be launched later today in the climate action session. The call to action, the W20 initiative Mission Digital Women, which aims to train financial and digital literacy and skill more than 1 million women over the next 3 years, and policy recommendations for women leaders in higher education. Besides, W20 also curates a monthly newsletter that is shared with all delegates and knowledge partners of W20. A compendium of articles on women-led development has also been published, and it's inside your bag. Do read the compendium. It's of articles from our W20 delegates across the globe, as well as our knowledge partners. Before we conclude this inaugural session of W20 Summit, I would like to thank all the delegates and the 5 task forces who worked relentlessly for the last 2 months. The delegates are the pillars of W20, and your cooperation and support has made India's presidency achieve its mission. Thank you very much, delegates. Further, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to the W20 Communique Drafting Committee, led by Dr. Shamika Ravi, with members Professor Nanya Bola-Muller, Ms. Virginia Littlejohn, Ms. Anne Ravanona, and Ms. Anne Simons-Benton. Their exceptional dedication, expertise, and tireless efforts in crafting the W20 communique have resulted in a comprehensive document that reflects the collective aspiration, challenges, and recommendations of the W20. We sincerely hope that the W20 communique will serve as a guiding framework for policymakers, governments, and stakeholders to shape policies and initiatives that promote women-led development worldwide. We have ensured continuity from previous presidencies and ensure that whatever has been done in the previous presidencies will be monitored and we will be also accountable for. So thank you, W20 Indonesia, for setting a trend of reporting against your communique. I would like to thank the Ministry of Women and Child Development for the continuous support in this journey. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, and Government of Tamil Nadu for the support for this summit. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the W20 Secretariat team and the G20 Secretariat for their exceptional efforts and support in organizing this summit. Thank you all very much. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to the people of Tamil Nadu for their warm hospitality and welcoming spirit. We look forward to being here in the next 2 days. And thank you very, very much. So before we end, we would request our W20 official delegates to have a picture with Honorable Minister Sherpa and the guests on the dais. The W20 official delegates, please.
Climate change has significant impacts on women, particularly in developing countries and marginalized communities. Women are disproportionately affected, evidently, through their disproportionate vulnerability due to social, economic, and cultural factors. For example, water scarcity makes household water management, which women primarily do in many countries, challenging. Increased temperatures increase risks for pregnant and older women. Disruption of education systems disproportionately force girls to drop out of school. Climate migration and displacement makes women more vulnerable to other compounding harms like domestic and sexual violence. Unfortunately, women often have limited decision-making power in matters related to climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies. Women's voices and perspectives are often marginalized in policy discussions, limiting their ability to influence decisions that affect their lives and communities. As climate change and gender are inextricably linked, women should be at the heart of climate justice and action. To help us discuss the importance and various perspectives on safeguarding our planet through women-led climate action, I would like to introduce the moderator for this panel, Limona Chanda. She's a McCain Global Leader, founder of Our Cause, and W20 UK delegate. Limona Chanda is an award-winning gender equity and sustainable development activist with extensive experience working to protect human rights and democracy. She is the founder of Our Cause, an NGO working to achieve Agenda 2030. She was named the UN Champion for Change and has been recognized as the Empower Ethnic Minority Future Leader in the UK. She was selected as a Pulse featured changemaker. She is also a McCain Global Leader and became the first Bangladeshi to be named McCain Global Leader by the McCain Institute. She is co-chair of Elevate and a supervisor of Wholesale Sell-Side Market Intervention Wholesale Banks FCA. Welcome.
Mahabalipuram W20 Unarkiren. So it feels like home. Thank you for that heavy introduction, but I'm just an ordinary girl. I was born 2,000 kilometers away from this place, so not too far, which is why it feels like home. In a country called Bangladesh, which is affected by flood, land erosion, loss of rivers, loss of forests, and with that comes loss of lives. In this challenging time that we face due to climate change, I would like to recite a Sanskrit phrase. This is the first phrase that I have learned in my life. It's called Janani Janmabhumischa Swargadyapi Garyasi. It means mother and motherland are superior to heaven. And the reason this is special to me because our mothers and our motherlands are in danger. And that is the simplest way of looking at it. We are on the verge of losing our motherlands due to climate change and the threats that come with it. And because of that, it's essential that we discuss it. Today, we look at safeguarding our planet through women-led climate action. I have with me 6 very esteemed leaders representing very distinct and niche sectors. And I would like to take a moment to introduce them. On my right, I have Priya Agarwal Hebbar. She's the non-exec director of Vedanta, the world's leading natural resources company, and she's also the chairperson of Hindustan Zinc Limited, one of the Vedanta Group companies. She holds a bachelor's in psychology and business management from the University of Warwick in the UK, She's deeply passionate about the environment and sustainability and has been playing an instrumental role in the ESG transformation at Vedanta. My next panelist is Maria Damanaki. She's a Greek politician. She's a former president of the, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, Synasismos Party of the Left, and a former state member of the Hellenic Parliament within the Pallinethic Socialist Movement. She served as the Global Managing Director for Oceans at the Nature Conservancy and co-chairs the UN Community of Ocean Action on Marine and Coastal Ecosystem Management. She was also formerly European Union Commissioner for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. My next panel member is Aradhana Kowala. She's the CEO and founder of Aptamine Partners, a consultancy focused on regenerative tourism. She's a strategy expert in travel and hospitality, diversity and inclusion, and women's health. Her entrepreneurial career spans over 75 countries. Prior to founding Aptamine Partners, she worked as the managing director of tourism at NEOM, which is the US $500 billion land of the future in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Then I have my next panelist, Pratibha Vupuluri, who conceived and launched Unreasonable Collective, a pledge fund with a mandate to invest in Series A and B stage climate tech ventures and funds, and the intersection of race and gender. To date, Unreasonable Collective has invested in 16 companies and 1 fund. She's also a venture partner at Regeneration VC, advisor for Braybridge Ventures, and a member of the investment committee for Cultivate Ventures. She's a frequent guest speaker at Bard MBA in Sustainability program and several conferences, including the Green is the New Black and Change Now. My next panelist is Veri Shaba. She's a multi-award-winning engineer and sustainability consultant who has worked for multinational engineering consulting firms, including Volkswagen, ACOM, and WSP before founding Green Design Africa in 2016. She's the founder and director at Green Design Africa and an ESG and climate and carbon and circularity advisor, an investment committee in South Africa. She's one of the entrepreneurs on a mission to bring green building solutions to the table that are implementable across the African continent and beyond. And lastly, we have Joanita Babirai. She's the co-founder and director of Girls for Climate Action in Uganda. She's also a member of the Climate Coalition on Feminist Action for Climate Justice. Joanita is training young women and girls in climate policy and advocacy. She advocates for greater gender equality and racial diversity in the climate change movement. She's the co-founder, an ambassador to the African Youth Climate Hub. So I've tried to give you a sense of the many accomplishments these 6 women have, but feel free to read through their biographies. They have many, many more accomplishments, but due to the restraint of time, I just tried to give you a flavor of their backgrounds. So I'll start with Joanita. How do you gender equality and women's empowerment intersect with environmental sustainability?
Thank you so much. Happy to be here, and I appreciate this initiative. My name is Joanta from Uganda. Very excited to be here again. I work at Girls for Climate Action, and this is a very important question, also depending on what we do on a daily basis and also our experience. So first of all, I'll try to just give a snippet of what we do at Girls for Climate Action, but also giving a brief about how Girls for Climate Action works and how it started. So Girls for Climate Action is a movement of young women and girls that are advocating for climate justice. We work in Uganda, and now the movement has gone to Kenya. But the main reason as to why Girls for Climate Action started is because of what we're experiencing as young women and what we're seeing our mothers and parents going through in bringing food onto the table, but also the different crises that were happening in our households. So I know that most of us in the Global South really can relate to this. So most of the households in the rural Jinja are depending on farming for income, to take children to school, among others. So in 2016, there was a drought. And when this happened, most of our families or most of the households lost their food. And so in this case, women were going into financial institutions to get loans to take their children to school. And we were the children, right? So we realized that women were more affected when it came to this. They were the ones that were taking care of the households, the children, the men as well. And so we needed to do something. And this is why Girls for Climate Action came together. The women came together to create Girls for Climate Action, to bring women to the forefront in advocating for climate justice. So when we go back to the question on how gender equality intersects with environmental sustainability, so from just the story that I've actually told you of how G4CA started, we see that women are more affected when it comes to climate change. I also heard from the beginning, as we're giving an introduction, of how they're disproportionately affected. Because one, they are the caretakers, they are always in the households, and so they manage most of the resources. This includes water, includes energy, the forest, among others. And therefore, when we empower women, we know that the natural resources will be well managed. So for me, that's why I say women empowerment put at the forefront of every action will change so many things when it comes to climate change, when it comes to climate justice, and all the other solutions that we bring on the table. And so when we see gender inequality, really, for a group that is already affected by all the other factors, for example, we see that most of the women do not have access to financial resources, they do not have access to education, health. And so when now it comes to climate change, it increases their vulnerability. And so when we empower women, we assure that all of these things that intersect are dealt with in a way. And so I also wanted to mention that we see that women, in the climate sphere, the climate change discussions, I feel like most of the times we bring in people that do not relate a lot more to the environment. For example, when we go to different conferences, we have the UN conference, COP, that happens every year. And people that are brought into these spaces are discussing issues to do with energy. They're discussing things to do with food. They're discussing things to do with water. But there's a small percentage of women that are in these rooms. And what do we think some of this decision would come out? It would not come out from the experiences and realities that are happening at the grassroots level on who is being affected more. So when we empower more women, we know that at the end of the day, we bridge the gap that is there in regards to access to resources. We also know that women do not have access to land. there is not so much that they can do with the small margins of land that they are having. And yet they are producing over 80% of the food that is actually feeding, for example, Africa. And so when we empower them, we know that consumption, production is guaranteed. And the fight for climate, the fight for climate justice, for the different policies and laws that we are putting into place, if we remove women into these discussions, we are not going to have a gendered conclusions of all that is happening and the fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dranita. You just highlighted the significance of women-led empowerment in the arena of climate action. So that was a slight focus at the grassroots level. Now I'll change my focus a little bit on a different angle, and I'll come to Priya. My question to you is, what strategies and action do you think are needed to progress women's leadership in climate action? And what kind of support, collaboration, and partnerships are needed by senior female leadership for sustainable climate action?
Firstly, it's an absolute honor to be here with these powerhouse of women who are representing what we want all women to be in the near future. And thank you so much to our Sherpa, Mr. Aminakant, to invite us here and to have this very important discussion. Thank you for everyone in the audience for being a part of this. I think this is the only way we're going to move ahead and make the difference that we want. First and foremost, we all know, and I think we've all spoken about since morning, how women are disproportionately affected by climate change. May it be due to natural resources, may it be due to them being seen as commodities. Could be, there's an array of reasons that we have seen. May it be the World Health Organization suggesting that women are more deeply affected with their health due to climate change as well. However, the good news is that climate change in itself has been given so much importance over the past few years that an array of new job opportunities, an array of different leadership levels have opened up, and women are taking the lead over here. We've seen it across, closer to home, when we're talking about corporate India, or we're talking about corporates around the world. Corporates are now valued on their ESG definition and goals. And ESG has become a very important vertical to ensure, corporates are moving forward, and there's no other way forward. And ESG now is being led by women across the globe. In our company, at Vedanta, ESG is led by a women team. And, in 1 year, just with that team, we have moved from number 16 to number 6 in the world in DJSI in our ESG goals. So it's the power that women have, that they bring the empathy, they bring the passion, they know, and it's women who know firsthand how climate change is affecting them, and it's those women who need to be spoken to, and those are the women who are going to get the ideas and the real change on table. Beyond that, of course, when we look at grassroots level, we look at our Honorary Prime Minister of India and what he has done in this area. Today we're saying, as our Sherpa mentioned this morning, 110 million toilets have been constructed. He mentioned that this is a larger number than the population of Australia. This is amazing. And who has led this? This has been led by women. This has been led by women in communities who have gone to each other and explained to each other and told each other and made each other learn that the importance of using toilets. Because we can construct hundreds of toilets, but until the culture change happens, it's not going to make the change that we want. And today we're coming close to being that country which is free of open defecation, only because of these changes. So we're seeing these changes at corporate level. We're seeing these changes at grassroots level, and I think it's time that corporate India, government work together to really focus on climate action and how women can pave the way here.
Thank you. Thank you for that insight. So now I'll move to a little bit on the technical side, and I'll come to you, Maria. you have immense expertise and experience. So I would like to ask you, what are the gaps in the existing framework that you see in the framework of climate action? And what policy solutions do you think we need to foster women-led climate action?
Thank you very much. Let me say that I would like also to thank the organizers, because this is a great meeting and very well organized too. I would like to say that, and believe me, I have participated in a lot of similar meetings. So, a big question, and we need a short answer. What is the main gap in climate change action? Okay, let me focus only on the main gap, in my opinion, of course. I think from my experience that the main gap is that we are lacking a global mechanism, efficient and sufficient, for implementation of the pledges and promises given around. We have a lot of agreement, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of agreements. And some of them are very good. I was there in Paris in the negotiations for the Paris Agreement, which is the greatest achievement that the humanity has achieved. And we had a lot of concerns about implementation. And I remember that the greatest legal minds of the planet were gathered in a room, but there was no solution found. So we don't have a reliable mechanism to implement, to reward the good and punish the bad. So whatever we have built on climate is a structure, alliance of the willing. You have a family, all the members who will to do something, like to do something, they are doing it. All the others, they are going away, and it's as simple as that. And the only weapon you have is name and shame. So, you know something? This is what we are doing now. Global North is putting the blame in the South, the developing countries. The developing countries are putting the blame in the South for promises not kept, in the North, sorry, in the developed countries, promises not kept. So we have to stop that. We need, how can I say, a feminine logic here, a common sense. Women are better leaders because they are thinking in a simple way, common sense. Stop the fight and fight a way forward. Come to find some ways to rebuild trust. We are lacking trust between North and South. We need to build trust. We need to find mechanisms for that. We need measures of confidence. This is what we need. For this decade and this century, I have just one motto, and it's perfect for women. The leadership, the new leadership is partnership. Partnership is the new leadership for 21st century. We have a lot of leaders, most of them men, so we need partners. And private sector has to be our first partner. What Priya said was fantastic. Private sector, NGOs, local communities, all this, they can create the real alliance for executing and financing. So let me come with a few words about women. We have all our experiences. And for each one of us, the experience is different. But we all have faced difficulties. So for us, I believe, the new challenge now is not participation anymore. Now the challenge is leadership. We are very good partners, so in partnership we are well. For women, for 21st age, the new leadership is leadership. Just that. We need to lead. And we can lead. This is what we can really do. I can assure you, because we have all the qualifications. But if you are asking me for some measures, I would like to say that we have to focus on the new sectors, so capacity building for green economy, green and blue economy. Green and blue economy has to be there. And digital economy, artificial intelligence. These are the great gaps we have to overcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maria. You mentioned taking collective action by the Global North and the South. And I'll come to you with another question at the later stage, but thank you for your insights. So now I will move to Pratibha, and the focus will shift again. We'll now focus on innovation. Could you share the innovation that you're seeing developed by women in climate technologies, and what challenges and obstacles do you see women facing there in that arena?
Thank you, Limona. Firstly, it is a privilege to be sharing space with all of you here and to be with my esteemed colleagues talking about quite an all-pervasive topic. But to kick off, I really want to just simplify what I do on a daily basis in one line. I invest in female founders who are developing cutting-edge technologies at the intersection of impact and innovation, all singularly poised to tackle climate crisis. This is critical as we think about on the impact spectrum. Oftentimes, impact investing, if you will, harkens impressions of what it means to do grassroots initiatives. My work is on the other end of that impact spectrum, squarely within the quadrant of doing well and doing good. So when I think about the challenges that women entrepreneurs are facing within the quadrant of being able to access capital markets and other such efficient markets, if you will, it is fascinating to me to think that the continued problem or the narrative of challenges to access financing still exists on this side. But before we get there, let me humanize a little bit about the work these cool entrepreneurs are doing. And largely because if you just envision the kind of work that is being developed, you would also find it confusing. Why do they have trouble getting funding? So kicking off with the US, allow me to introduce you to a beautiful, brilliant entrepreneur by the name of Dr. Lisa Dyson. She is one of 6 Black women in the world to have achieved a doctorate in high theoretical engineering physics. Her focus has been, for the last 15 years, to singularly tackle the carbon emissions in the slaughter industry. As you know, all of us, that food and agriculture currently emits close to 25% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And livestock and fisheries account for 31% of that pie. It takes inordinate amount of land and water for us to bring 1 pound of meat to your plates. If I put it on a visualistic basis, the idea here is it takes 42 bathtubs filled with water to place 1 pound of meat on your plate. So Lisa is set to tackle this with removing or trying to eliminate the killing of animals from the equation. So her company, Air Protein, is all about converting air into chicken. This sounds science fiction, but I rest assure you it isn't. Because it's about using and leveraging NASA's technology that was developed in the 80s, and it's all about converting carbon dioxide using microbial fermentation, the very process that we use to convert milk into curds, into beer, into protein produce, a cleaner meat with higher nutritional profile, and completely eliminating the need to actually kill an animal. Now moving over to UK, allow me to introduce you to Dr. Susan Graham. She's the CEO and founder of Dendra Systems. When we think about land degradation, at this point globally, there are about 200 billion hectares of land that are getting decomposed in a rapid state. Land degradation right now outstrips on a much higher accelerated pace than land restoration. Her company is a vertically integrated suite of products that allow drones to be able to capture images, analyze the soil decomposition, and then this is the cool part. Shoot seeds down into the soils. So in one day, her company can plant 300,000 trees in a single day with the current Gen suite. Now coming forward, when we are launching a new suite of products, that particular planting of trees will rapidly increase. And now coming to India, the homage to this place, Dr. Neena Tandon, who is looking at really building regenerative healthcare. As you all, we are all well aware that at some point in life, we will be needing some form of a bone replacement, knee replacements being a common theme over here. The focus for her work was, instead of having metals and synthetic implants, what if we can grow our own bones in a lab? So right now, in less than 3 weeks, we can have our own bone grown in a lab and retrofitted into our knees. The reason why I bring all of these is, if you think about it, these are addressable pain points, large market sizes, ability to transform trillion-dollar industries, and yet all three of them, as diverse as they are regionally, backgrounds, technical expertise, and as brilliant as they are, have a common theme. They had trouble gaining funding. They had 3 to 5 times more difficult time in accessing capital, which was baffling to me. So when I took a deeper understanding, more of an interest in understanding the green economy 4 years ago, I soon realized it is not the financing or founder problem. It's not a pipeline problem. It's the face of the funder issue. You see, 98% of $70 trillion of wealth is managed by men. And there is a strong network effect when that happens in place, because like begets like. It is important that we disrupt that status quo and bring more women into the equation, because that will allow for diversity of thought, diversity of channel, because for these female founders, it's not about credential and capability, it's about channel. So when I started Unreasonable Collective, the singular mandate for me was, what if we changed the face of the investors and brought a diverse investor base? So now we have about 300 investors. And get this, I leave you with this particular stat. Last year, we had 2% of the funding, VC funding, that went to women in the US. In Unreasonable Collective, 100% of our new money went to female founders because of diverse funding base. So it is important to change the face of the funder that allows us to change the narrative of the founder. Back to you, Limona.
Thank you so much, Pratibha. That was very interesting, and you shared some very trendy innovation, even though I don't know if I would want to try that chicken that you mentioned. So now I'll come back to Aradhana. And I have a number of questions for you, simply because we all like to travel. The tourism industry is a very appealing industry for all of us. But your topic is something that's rarely discussed, and not a lot is known about it. So just for the benefit of our audience, what is regenerative tourism? What role can women play in promoting it, and climate action? And if you could also share some good examples of states and case studies that you have come across.
Thank you, Limona. Very happy to take that. Can I first just say, Vanakkam, Tamil Nadu. I couldn't be happier to be back. This is truly a homecoming for me, a bit like you, Limona. India is such a huge part of my identity. It's part of everything that I do, everything that I am. So I am delighted to be here. And there are very few things that are more powerful than your own heritage, acknowledging your expertise and inviting you to be part of the success story that India is writing with this W20 and G20 initiative. And I have all the thanking to do. First of all, to Mr. Amitabh Kant. Sir, you have said everything that I wanted to say, so I can go home now. I will have to be winging it for the rest of the afternoon. Also, Dr. Sandhya Purecha and Dharitri, thank you for leading us all so effectively, but with so much of grace. Thank you to the entire team of W20 as well. I'm really, truly grateful. Now, Limona, I think your starting comment was interesting, because people think travel and tourism is all fun and holidays. Really far removed. This is one of the fastest growing and largest sectors in the world. We are 10% of the global GDP, 1 in 9 jobs, and pre-pandemic, 1 in 4 new jobs that was generated was in this one sector. So in a world where we are losing jobs to automation, the numbers are significant. There were 1.5 billion people traveling in the world. That's 1 in 6 out of us. Or 45 arrivals every single second. So again, travel and tourism, it's a lot more than holidays and fun.
But on the flip side, we're responsible for 11% of all the global greenhouse gas emissions. We dump 8 million tons of plastic in the oceans, and given probably 80%, 85% of tourism happens in some form of coastal areas, we are one of the biggest perpetrators of this. We all know about the submerging coastlines. 36 cities are on the verge of being submerged permanently. Tamil Nadu, Chennai being one of them. So the interlinkage between tourism and climate change is actually very strong and intrinsic. Now, we realized that the way we've had tourism as an industry was very extractive. We were excellent at taking from the environment. And the scientists have now issued a warning and said we're on the verge of disaster. So we need a fundamental rethink in how we think about sustainability, which is all about doing less bad and make a transition from less bad to more good. Let me make this simple in an example, which is what regenerative tourism is. Because regenerative tourism talks about restoring the balance, but also enhancing the social, natural, and cultural capital of any destination, right? Those of you who have kids in the room, I always give this example. Sustainability is damage control, and in my opinion, it's defeatist in nature. We need to make the transition from sustainability to regeneration. So, I don't know, Pratibha or Maria, when you send your kids off to school, what do you tell them? Do you tell them, go be less bad today? I hope not, right? And if you're an Indian origin mother like me, you would tell them, be good today, go learn something, right? So that's the difference between less bad to more good. I'll give you another example. If someone asks you, how's your marriage? And you say it's sustainable, that's not very good, is it? Regeneration, on the other hand, fosters higher ambition, and it is more hope. So historically, when you would travel, you will want to find a way of having carbon neutral travel. Regenerative tourism says, you know what, we need carbon negative travel, and we need to find a way of sucking the greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. So if a destination initially would say, oh, let's cause as little damage as possible to the locals, regenerative tourism will say, you know what, let's build for the locals, let's serve the locals, and let's multiply their gains. If sustainable tourism will say, let's do something for preserving the biodiversity, regenerative tourism will say, let's enhance biodiversity and let's enhance the conservation efforts. Regenerative tourism is all about empowering the disempowered along the value chain. It's about adding holistic value to every single person that you touch along the value chain long after your holiday is over. So that is what regenerative tourism is about. Now, the role of women that you were asking for. Look, tourism employs 53% women. That's a lot more than the 39% which is employed by the women in the wider economy. So the ability to impact change through women as a catalytic agent is that much more in tourism. Now, 80 to 85% of the tourism sector is small, medium, micro enterprises. And who runs these small little mom and pop stores? It's women. But only 20% of the benefits come to those women owners. So regenerative tourism have women at the center of the agenda, because only then can we ensure that we're reducing social inequalities. Only then can we ensure that we're improving working conditions, decarbonizing the world, and making the world a better place. Examples, 60 seconds, very quickly. Regenerative tourism, one of the examples I would say is a company called Red Sea Global. Now, I'm not without bias because I chair their board, but it's in, surprise, surprise, Saudi Arabia. Red Sea Global brought in, before they got a single construction worker or a crane on site, they got environmentalists and scientists on site so they could tell them exactly where to build and how much to build. 90% of the site has been left untouched. It's entirely fueled by solar energy, so renewables. There is zero waste to landfill, and here's more. What Red Sea Global is trying to do is not just to do a good job themselves. They're trying to replicate and bring that model, especially to have scalable, low-cost options for the rest of the world. And because we're in India, I want to give the example of the Indian government. We had the first green budget last year, which I think is enormously encouraging. The finance minister announced the green budget, and women in India are such a central component of this energy transition. And there are so many companies, not in the tourism space, I don't know of them, but like Tata Power. They're doing such wonderful power with women front and center, and I think it's really, really enormously encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Aradhana. That is definitely food for thought for all of us and for all the states to consider more. And it's very timely then that now I come back to Vere. So as Aradhana mentioned, the tourism sector is highly vulnerable to climate change, and at the same time it contributes to the emission of greenhouse gas. And the same can be said about cities. So what are regenerative cities, and what role can women play in promoting regenerating cities and climate action?
All right, thank you very much, and thank you to the W20 Summit organization team for the invitation. I am incredibly excited to be in India. This is my first time, and it definitely will not be my last time. It's been amazing. So to all of the locals, thank you so much. Where do we start? Apart from this panel has basically covered all my questions, so I can also go home. But I think where we will start is, earlier on, one of the panelists said that there is no other way forward. I think the moment we really take that into consideration and start to humanize what climate change does is when we will realize as women the impact that we need to have in order to address it. So to put it into perspective, right now there is a tropical cyclone called Baipa, which is just about to do landfall in the Gujarati region of this country. 74,000 people have been evacuated. Again, we are continuing to see the least contributors to climate change being the most impacted. Climate change has a face. Climate change is a face of the women who are displaced when it comes to things like climate disasters. And every single one of us in this room and everyone who's watching is contributing to climate change in one way or the other. We're either part of the problem or we're part of the solution. And what I know is that all you need is a collective of women to be able to change the decisions that governments are making. And so if you look at the G20, of the member countries, 85% of the, they form 85% of the GDP, but we also contribute 85% of the carbon emissions. So what can we do about that? So when it comes to regenerative cities, I'll add on to the percentage that we have. So 10% comes from tourism in terms of the carbon emissions, 15% comes from food and agriculture, 75% comes from cities. And that looks at transport as well as buildings. So it looks at the energy that we're consuming and the carbon emissions that come from that. And it also looks at the energy that goes into creating the materials that goes into the buildings, as well as the transport. And so I think when we look at regenerative cities, we're looking, again, similar to what was said earlier, about not only doing less harm, but doing more good. How can we ensure that the way that we engineer and design our cities is for people as well as the planet? How can we ensure that we're not using resources the way that we are currently using it? How can we ensure that every single decision that we make as women, mindful that women are disproportionately impacted by climate change, is not causing additional climate change? And so it really comes down to a lot of the developing countries. We have cities that were already developed, and yet we still have some of the fastest growing cities. So it comes down to looking at things like green growth. So for developing countries, how do we grow without increasing climate change? So how do we build our world without destroying the world? That's effectively one of the nexuses and challenges that we have to face. The second one really looks at inclusion and making sure that women are part of the conversation, because that's when we can also start looking at investments in finance, sustainable finance, climate finance, as well as carbon credits for development. So how do we have carbon credits contributing towards the development of some of the societies? And then the third one is really looking at resilience and adaptation to climate risk. Unfortunately, we are still building, we still have large population growth. We still have, especially in the developing countries, some of the youngest populations, which means that we need to continue to build alongside thinking about climate resilience and our adaptive capacity, so that when there are cyclones, or when there are floods, or when there's a drought, or when there's extreme weather temperature, we have engineered our cities to be able to handle climate change. So last thing, so my last 60 seconds of just examples. As the founder of Green Design, where we currently are thinking partners with governments and mayors and private sector, I think the biggest thing to note is that every decision that we're making does have an impact to climate change. There is no such thing as climate inaction, effectively. You're either contributing towards the emissions that is resulting in climate vulnerability, especially in developing countries, or you are solving that. And I really do believe that it's a room like this that is going to be able to continue to be thinking partners with the different member states of the G20 and to be able to give a woman-led climate action voice. Because like fire, like air, like earth, like water, I believe that when woman-led climate action happens, it can be gentle, but it can also be fierce. And so, yeah, that's effectively what I would say around regenerative cities and the role that we have as women in the urban cities and the impact that it's having on women in vulnerable communities and rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, very. Once again, very helpful insights. So now, I think I should have mentioned this before, that the 6 panelists that we have are also working in sectors that tend to be quite male-dominated. So it has never been easy for any of you. And I'll come back to you, Pratibha. You mentioned really nice sounding innovation, which is great, but there are challenges. So then, how can we bridge the funding and the partnership gaps from a public and private standpoint? How welcoming is the investment industry for women? And also, why is it important, according to you, for women to be there at leadership roles?
Thank you for that, Lamona. To kick off, I think when we think about what I'm going to be sharing, in just a snippet, for me, it is all about ensuring that we have women who have capital allocation and deployment mandates. The big focus for us over here is exploring the work of when we think about senior leadership positions, that the women have the power to change the narrative and are not just figureheads. So, to me, I will answer this question starting with the second half first and interweave the public-private partnership angle in the narrative. Kicking off, there are 3 things I want to cover. Workforce upskilling, which within the W20 ethos, we should be talking about transform. Seeding diverse emerging managers, which is thrive. And then, if both of those work well, leveraging the wealth transfer, which is transcend. So to us, as I kick off in the investment industry, at the junior ranks, it is extremely hard to get women, only because traditionally there are 2 pathways to be able to enter the investment industry. Either you have financial services knowledge or you have a technological acumen. Here, there is reduced number of women coming into these groups, if you will. So when we come to the public-private partnerships, to me, it is critical that we have coding camps, financial literacy programs, and exposure to the investment industry from girls onwards. So they start taking on that as a career choice and building their experience in the space. So in the US, we have Girls Who Code. Norway is a great example of some of the initiatives they've taken on financial literacy. Coming to the second half, where before they hit the senior leadership position, this is where the glut happens. This is where the exodus happens, largely because you need to raise as much capital and deploy as many deals as possible and build a track record. As a woman, we've already talked about access to financing being the issue. So think about it from a fund manager who's trying to raise capital to deploy in women already facing a bigger barrier. We need to change that narrative of 97% of wealth being dominated by men. And how do we do that? Through public-private partnerships again. If we institute a breakthrough in that middle layer, and just as how we think about seeding and building incubation studios for ventures, let's incubate emerging manager programs. That becomes a hub and spoke model to deploy capital to female founders. The focus over here in the last few months, ever since the Inflation Reduction Act happened, is agencies are flush with mandates to deploy 5 billion, 10 billion annually, but cannot do so because they're trying to jump that particular hub model and go straight to figuring out if they can deploy indirect deals. It is critical that we seed fund managers, look at GP commits, and become their anchor investors. So with the mandate of opening up the channel of financing to women entrepreneurs. If both of these are done well, the next 2 decades are going to be pivotal because there is a wealth transfer happening to more women. Given that foundation being strong, given the right fund managers in place, given the mandates of investing in women entrepreneurs, it is only lighting the fire to transcend. As the new limited partner phase changes, the investors become women who want to back fund managers, who want to back founders. So that, in a way, is the narrative that I'm looking to inspire.
Amazing. Thank you, Pratibha. Deriving from what Pratibha just said, I would like to come to Maria, to you and your experience. Now, looking at a multi-state level, how can the Global North, you talked about taking collective action, how can the Global North and Global South collaborate in taking resilient climate action, and what do you think are the main challenges? You may have touched on a little bit initially, but please do expand on that.
Well, this is a great question, and if I knew the answer, I would have saved the whole world, because this is the heated potato in front of us. But okay, let us all of us give a try. So as a woman, if I have a quarrel in my family, my usual advice is try to make a fresh start. So in this case, I would also suggest a fresh start. What does it mean? In my opinion, it means to focus on issues that were not the sources of quarrels in the past, to avoid issues that we know will create conflict, and try to focus also on issues that we have already in agreement. Okay, so let's follow this path, a new start. Well, I would propose here a new start, starting for trying to bring oceans in the climate change discussion. Why? Because the ocean is very important. Sometimes we cannot understand why it's so important, so I'll challenge you a little bit. Take a breath. Great. Take a second breath. This second breath is coming from the ocean. Just imagine, if the ocean is sick, we are going to lose this second breath. It's as simple as that. So, ocean is 2/3 of the planet, and from my own experience, I was there. It was totally absent in Copenhagen, in Paris, in Sharm el-Sheikh, and now I'm afraid we are likely to be absent from Abu Dhabi negotiations. Everywhere, ocean was absent. In the communiques, there is just a short reference somewhere. So if the developing world, for example, BRICS and other groups, Asia, tries to bring ocean in United States, Europe, they have to follow. I mean, everybody has to follow. New initiatives, this can make some sense. The second point I mentioned is to focus on issues we have already an agreement. And I can say to you that in last COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, we had some failures, but we had a big success. At last, there was a decision to have a fund, call it Loss and Damage Fund, and also another fund, Adaptation Fund. And these funds are there to help the less developed countries, the vulnerable countries, to go for climate change action. They have a special cause. By the way, this Loss and Damage Fund is there because of the European Union. They have negotiated the last minute discussions. Sometimes European Union is useful, not always, but sometimes, and this time European Union was really useful. So we have the fund. In Sharm el-Sheikh, we have to go for the fund. We have to go for the adaptation fund, and we have to persuade everybody to get the funding they have promised. In Copenhagen, some years ago, I'm old enough, so the developed countries have promised $1 billion a year for funding climate change in less developed countries. The average they have given is 63. And really, from public funding, only 27. The rest is coming from World Bank and other international organizations. So we have to keep our promises. But also the others, BRICS now, can invest in loss and damage fund without liabilities. So they have to keep their promises too. This is the way to go forward. And one last word about women. Women can be there as leaders, as I said, if we can help their capacity building, because they are capable, but they don't know it. And especially in areas, as you mentioned, and I was really happy, or the tourism you mentioned, women can make miracles, really miracles. Coastal economy, small communities. So let's try to do the best we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Now I'll come to Juanita and shift the focus a little bit. You work with women at the grassroots level. So I would like to know from you, what role can women play at that level and in the global south in raising awareness of climate change, and why is it important for us?
Thank you for that question. First of all, climate change, just like these incredible women said, affects all of us. It affects women more, but women at the grassroots even more. So what we see that the women at the grassroots have been left out when it comes to these decisions around environment, around climate change. Not because they don't know what to say, but because it's a segment it's a group of people that are not yet considered valuable in these discussions. Working with grassroots women over time, we've realized that they have actually solutions that they are already doing and the world is not seeing them. If, for example, a crisis, a catastrophe happens right now in these communities, women will do something. But this is not yet considered valuable into our research, into our books, to say, oh, there's this climate adaptation measure that women are taking. So for me, the thing is, what we do on a daily basis is to make sure that these local solutions are brought onto the national scale or even on the global scale through our entrepreneurship training. So we train women beyond their solution being small at a household level to a solution helping the entire community and an entire country, but also contributing to the green growth strategy, to the green jobs that can be created by these women. And we know all our grandparents, if you have to see what they're doing, they're really relating with the environment on a daily basis. they are getting medicine from these forests, and so they know exactly what to do when it comes to conservation. So for me, the idea is, how do we get this knowledge out of these households, out of this grandmother of mine? Because she knows what is happening, but she doesn't know the English word of climate change. But she knows what is happening. She's facing the impact already. And so when we make sure that these women are brought onto the central stage in creating adaptation measures, in bringing their solutions to build resilience in their communities, I think we would move from, if we are at 0, we would move to 5 or 10 already. So for me, it's mainly when it comes to creating awareness. They can't create awareness if their ideas are not considered valuable. So for us to make sure that these women have their awareness, they can create awareness, one is to appreciate what they're already doing, and then two, devise the different ways of how to create awareness. Climate change is scientific, huh? So many scientific words. But in a nutshell, how are we making sure that this local woman at the grassroots, who is depending on the environment every day for food, for water, and all of that, is in position to break down the science to another woman, right? And so also part of our work is making sure we break down the science. I never use any English words in these communities. And they give me the science themselves. And so this is the information we are leaving behind. That is why for us we've made sure that women take up some of the positions at the local level when it comes to environmental subcommittees, because most of them have been taken up by men. And so when we speak to these women, or when they bring their initiatives, they are also empowered in a way to take up leadership positions in these subcommittees. These bring out what we are all missing in climate adaptation, climate mitigation. Or we've also been speaking about, I think she spoke about loss and damage fund. And wherever, I think when we were at COP, it was, Global South was very happy that this fund was launched. And in my mind, I was thinking, okay, loss and damage fund. Will this grassroots woman actually have access to this fund? For me, it is always the question, are they aware of this fund? Will it benefit them? Or it's even going to benefit those that are already at a different class of our communities? Or it's even going to benefit the men? So for me, there's a lot of worrying for the farmers, for the women at the grassroots level. But most importantly, we should take note that they are very aware of what is happening, and they have the solutions, and they're waiting for all of us to make sure that we grow these solutions out of their households to the global level. Thank you.
Thank you. Very inspiring. And so expanding on that, expanding on what Joanita says, I would come to Vera and ask you, what action can ordinary citizens take in their daily lives to promote sustainability and circular economy? And the bigger question is that why aren't we discussing circular economy more?
Well, I'm still deep in thought with all the answers that have come, but I'll speak into that. So I think that in terms of climate action and what we need, I put it as 3 things. The first is we actually need accountability. Earlier on, it was mentioned that there are agreements. There's the Paris Agreement, which the states, the governments, are the ones who say that they will keep us within 1.5 degrees. And yet, it's years later, we're heading closer to 2030, and we keep on hearing from the International Panel of Climate Change that, it's at risk. So I think that there has to be some form of accountability, and again, I bring that back towards this session and this forum, where 10 of the highest emitters are from the G20. So what can we do to continue to get that accountability? And then there's also the Marrakesh partnership that happened in Morocco later on, where non-state actors, so we're talking about businesses, who also said that they would have 2030 climate commitments. And I think the question is, from just a collective question is, of all the products we're purchasing, women have the highest purchasing power. Of all the products that we're purchasing, are we actually finding out what the climate and social commitment is of that particular company? And I think if we had to start asking that question more frequently, I think it will change a lot of the decisions that we're making. Then I think the second thing is representation. I attended COP27 last year in Africa, and I remember on the last day, I was in tears, like 100% in tears, because it was an African COP. This was the year that we were going to get more than just the commitment. We've heard commitments for 27 COPs. This was the year where we were going to get action. And still, it ran over by a day. Finally, the loss and damage fund was signed off. But still, there's no commitment to say what is the operationalization of that fund. How is it actually going to work? Is the fund going to be loans, which means that more developing countries are going to get into more debt? Or is the fund going to be a different way of funding? And I think that we actually need to be asking these critical questions. At the end of the day, in South Africa, and in the Bantu culture, we have a term that says that umuntu gumuntu gabantu, which means that I am because you are. This means that if I am in Africa, or if I am in Asia Pacific, or if I'm in America, or if I'm in the UK, and I do not care about my brothers or my sisters on this continent, then what are we doing? If we start to degrade the climate action conversation to degrees and words, is it shall or is it will? That's not going to change the fact that we are in a climate vulnerable situation, and that women and grassroots women and women in urban poverty are the ones who have to bear the brunt of it when they contributed 0.000% to climate change and carbon emissions. So I think representation is so important. I think the third one is for all my engineers out there. So I am a mechanical engineer. I also can't believe it, don't worry. I'm the first generation engineer in my family. I had no idea what engineering was, but I was told when I was in high school that engineers can fly rockets to space, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to be a mechanical engineer. I still haven't flown a rocket to space, thank goodness, emissions, but what I can say is that if we can send rockets to space, then we can definitely ensure that we can get more women engineers around the table, and that we can solve all of these so-called really difficult problems like carbon removal and carbon sequestration. We have to be serious about this. There's no technology, there's no engineering that we can't fix. And I think when there are more women in the table, we have these kind of conversations. Because I sit in rooms now, my team has 75% women. We needed to have a man to get us in some of the rooms. But my team is 75% women, and I can tell you that the conversations we have, we don't talk about machinery and technology. Technology is supposed to be a solution to humanity. It's not supposed to cause us into worse and worse when it comes to just how we're living. It's supposed to change the world that we live in. And so I really do hope that any women who are in STEM or in engineering will continue. It does get lonely, but it is worth it. And I really do think that those are the three things that will change it. So accountability, we need to have representation. If there are no women in the room, I actually think that COP shouldn't carry on if there isn't a minimum quota of women in that room. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. I'm just conscious of the time, and we need to wrap up very quickly. So in under a minute, if I could come to you, Aradhana, and ask, there's so many existing women-led frameworks, but what's stopping us from advancing very quickly?
Look, we have to understand that climate change is an exponential problem. It's not linear, meaning the more we do, the worse it gets, right? And the gap widens between the action and the result. I was nodding vigorously as Vera was speaking, and SDGs are another good example, which was the first session this morning. The SDGs were founded in 2015. 2030 is supposed to be the end result. We're in the midway, 2023. But we haven't achieved 50% of the 17 SDGs. In fact, we have regressed on so many of them. So I think, and it's true of all the other initiatives that you're talking. I'm talking quick to kind of really make up for time.
Thank you.
But here's the thing. I think now is the time to really look at every possible initiative with the lens of gender. these words behind me, I think they're super inspiring. Women-led development, right? That's what W20 is standing for. And I think that's extremely important. And what we need to do, 3 quick things. Number 1, when we say put women front and center in positions of leadership, and I'm parroting a lot of what the Sherpa has said this morning, but it's good to repeat what a clever man has said, so I'm going to repeat that nevertheless. Let's have women front and center in positions of leadership. And I don't mean tokenism, because that further perpetuates, when you have a woman as a symbolic head, it perpetuates the stereotype that women in climate, the linkage is only community and social impact. No, I'm talking about women in leadership, in the public sector, in the private sector, in the tech space, in STEM, every possible way. That's number 1. Second, can we please, for God's sake, start to measure, to manage? And that needs decision-grade data. We simply do not have gender-specific, gender-differentiated data. We know climate change affects women differently compared to men. But unless we have data, we cannot lead into any discussion. We cannot have access to funding. We cannot have access to resources. We cannot scale models that work. Think about it. It's women who travel 10 miles in Rajasthan with the pot on the head to get the water, not the man, right? These are gender-specific challenges, so let's lead with data. My final point, and again, kudos to India's G20 presidency. We can say all what we want, guys, but political will. We need the legislation, we need the rules, we need the tax incentives, we need the government empowering any kind of policy change. The most stable structure in the world is not a circle. It's a triangle. And if you think about the 3 vertices, it has the public sector, it has the private sector, and it has us, 8 billion consumers who should be voting with our values and our wallet. So we need leadership, and we need radical leadership in the government. We need radical leadership in the private sector. We need bold leaders who are willing to stick their neck out. That's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aradhana. And very quickly to you, Priya, and we're going to end this session with an individual reflection. You are a very powerful woman. How do you balance between business interests and the environment?
So first and foremost, coming from Vedanta, which is known to be a natural resources company, which is largely known to be an extractive, business. What's most important to know, one, is that, of course, like I said earlier, ESG is now where companies are valued, and this has opened up enormous opportunities. Although extractive, we know that, if we want to reach a net zero 2070 India, today we need 3 billion tons of metal for that to happen. Do we want that to happen based on imports, or do we want to make that metal ourselves? Do we want to be the true Atmanirbhar Bharat that we're meant to be? Yes, we want to be that. And do we want to do it in the right way, in the responsible way? Yes, we can. Today, mining can be done in the most regenerative way possible. Today we can, with the technology, it used to be like an open heart surgery. That's the best example I can give. And today, laparoscopically, everything can happen. And that's what mining is. And who are bringing this technology to the forefront? Women. And today, our women-led ESG force, and I have these points written down because I don't want to forget, have done this for us in Vedanta. One, today, they have helped us sign 2.5 gigawatts of renewable energy power across our company and our units, which is one of the largest in the country. Today, just a few years ago, women are now legalized in India to go underground in mining. In Hindustan Zinc, which is one of Vedanta's companies, the first company to have women leading the way underground. We have an underground mine which is fully led by women. And when we speak to them, the first thing they say is the safest place I feel is when I'm underground. And that's, it's phenomenal. We have committed to planting 7 million trees by 2030 with the World Economic Forum. And because of their leadership, we've already planted over 1 million. We've revitalized over 100 water bodies in FY23 alone. We have 5 water-positive businesses. We have done rewilding for over 50 acres of land in the Rawa area in AP to save mangrove forests, and now there's thriving wildlife there. There's wildlife such as the fishing cat, which is so rare that has appeared there, and it's amazing. There's an offshore oil space there, and right next to that there's this thriving wildlife. So it's possible if we balance with afforestation, if we balance what we do in business with our ESG goals, we can achieve phenomenal things. And one of the largest off-taker of clean energy in the globe has been Vedanta, and we are very, very proud of it. And all of this has been done by leadership of our women.
Thank you so much, Priya. And thank you, a special thanks to you and Aradhana for really summing it up very quickly. In the interest of time, we're not taking any questions from the audience, but you can always reach out to our panelists. And can we give all of them a big round of applause for their insights, their disruptors. Thank you all.
Thank you to all the panelists and moderator for such an insightful and vigorous discussion. Acknowledging the fact that women and girls are not only vulnerable to climate change, but are also effective actors or agents of change in relation to both mitigation and adaptation, W20 is working towards achieving gender equity in the fight against climate change, including in disaster management. When women are engaged as first responders, the unique skills and knowledge they bring to humanitarian action increases the effectiveness and impact of responses. Humanitarian action led by women first responders in crisis-affected areas can be faster and more appropriate, saving more lives and alleviating the suffering of victims. The emergency response framework for first responders has been developed and drafted by W20 knowledge partner Humara Bachpan Trust and is based on and guided by 4 principles: ensuring community-led response having women and girls in the center, addressing the needs of vulnerable people, including women, children, persons with disabilities, and elderly, building resilience, and protecting and promoting dignity. This document is a product of literature reviews and consultations with several stakeholders. It has benefited from reviews and inputs from humanitarian actors, gender experts, and grassroots women groups. The purpose of this emergency response framework for the first responders is to clarify first responders' roles and responsibilities in emergency response and to provide a common approach for their work in emergencies. Recognizing that the principles of emergency management apply to all emergencies, this framework has been developed to describe the core commitments, critical functions, roles, and responsibilities of the first responders for optimizing their response in all emergencies, with a special focus on women as first responders. The framework also highlights the self-safety and security measures that the first responders have to take care of during emergencies. In line with the national level disaster response framework, this document is intended as a practice-based, results-focused tool to assist local governments and partners in planning the engagement of community cadre as first responders. For the release of the W20 First Responder Framework, I would like to invite to the stage Sri Amitabh Kant, Sherpa of the G20, and Dr. Sandhya Purecha, Chair of the W20 India. For our third and final session of the day, I'm very excited to introduce transformation through emerging and frontier technologies, accelerating progress and bridging the gender digital divide. In the spirit of emerging technologies and its intersection with women, I resorted to ChatGPT for help in preparing the introduction to this session. I asked ChatGPT, what is the impact of the gender digital divide? And this is its response. The impact of the gender digital divide is far-reaching and can be seen in various areas. Number one, economic opportunities. Limited access to digital technologies and the internet can restrict women's economic opportunities. In many societies, digital skills are increasingly essential for employment and entrepreneurship. Women who lack access to digital resources may face barriers in accessing job opportunities, online markets, and financial services, further widening economic inequalities. Number two, education. The gender digital divide affects education outcomes. Unequal access to digital tools and the internet can hinder girls' abilities to engage in online learning, access educational resources, and develop digital skills. This gap can limit their educational opportunities and future prospects. Three, empowerment and participation. Digital technologies can serve as a means for women to express their voices, advocate for their rights, and participate in public discourse. However, without equal access, women may be excluded from online platforms, social media, and digital networks, limiting their ability to participate fully in social, economic, and political spheres. Four, health and well-being. Access to digital technologies can have significant impacts on women's health. It enables access to vital health information, telemedicine services, and support networks. Without digital access, women may face challenges in accessing healthcare resources and information, leading to gaps in healthcare delivery and health outcomes. Five, safety and security. The gender digital divide can exacerbate online risks and threats to women's safety. Women who lack digital literacy skills may be more vulnerable to cyberbullying, online harassment, and privacy breaches. Limited access to digital platforms may also hinder women's ability to access support networks and resources in cases of domestic violence or other forms of gender-based violence. Number six, decision-making and representation. The digital divide can contribute to underrepresentation of women in decision-making processes related to technology, development, policy formulation, and digital governance. This lack of representation can perpetuate biases and limit the diversity of perspectives in shaping the digital landscape. Closing the gender digital divide is crucial for achieving gender equality and inclusive development. End of ChatGPT. As you can see, transformation through emerging and frontier technologies, accelerating progress and bridging the gender digital divide is an area of discussion and policy that brings the power of women and the challenges to women themselves to new frontiers of possibility. And to bring this discussion to life through humans and not machines, I would like to introduce the moderator for this panel, Suma Chander, Principal and Head Digital Transformation at PKF O'Connor Davis in the US, as well as the rest of the panelists, please. As the current principal and leader of the Digital Transformation Services Advisory at PKF O'Connor Davis, Suma Chander is an experienced leader in digital transformation. Prior to her current role, she held multiple C-suite leadership positions at hedge funds, where she led technology and operations teams. She has also advised social organizations on technology-driven solutions within the social enterprise sector, where she led public and private partnership decisions, fundraising, grant acquisition, and infrastructure projects, proposing digital solutions to drive innovation and profitability. With expertise in product management, software development, technology architecture, and product implementation, Suma is a visionary leader recognized for her innovative strategies and technical oversight using the latest platforms. She has successfully managed technology efficiency and controls for various organizations and delivered large-scale implementations. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello to all the panelists, guests, all the organizers. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to be here today. I'm sure the organization of an event of this scale is not easy, and you guys have just made it so special for each and one of us to be here and contribute to this event and share conversations. Just to start this conversation, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the current technologies that are emerging in the last 6 months at an extremely rapid pace. Of course, everybody's talking about artificial intelligence and machine learning, robotic process automation, edge computing, quantum computing, virtual reality, augmented reality, blockchain, Internet of Things, computing power, datafication, digital trust, Internet of Behaviors, predictive analysis, machine analysis, and genomics, just to name a few. And within all these different sectors, the pace is just incredibly rapid. The conversations that I would like to lead today is given the pace at which technology is leading. We have a wonderful panel of experts who are using technology to bring access to women. We have leaders from UNESCO who have worked with the AI policies, bringing access to women, understanding the digital gender divide. We have data scientists here who are understanding the problems around collecting the right data to actually come up with the right solutions. We have advocates who are working with gender education, technology education, and its impact on gender. So I'm very excited to talk and have a wonderful conversation with all of them. Let me just start by introducing our panelists. On our left, we have Maria Gracia, Chief of Executive Social and Human Sciences Sector at UNESCO. She is a senior economist, head of unit at UNESCO. She has been working on several initiatives such as AI for Good Global Summit. She's also been working on the UNESCO Science Report 2021. She coordinates, supervises, and steers, and helps advance policy-relevant work related to social transformation, including the ethics of science and technology, in particular of artificial intelligence, the youth, sport, anti-doping, inclusion, anti-racism, and gender. She's also been advocating for gender equality and has been working on several projects related to it. She's also been working on projects related to social policies. We also have Dorothy K. Gordon. She's a board member, UNESCO Institute of Information Technologies in Education, and a UK delegate. She's a chair of UNESCO Information of All program and a board member of the UNESCO Institute of Information Technologies in Education, worked in the field of international development and technology for over 30 years, and is recognized as a leading technology activist and specialist on policy, education, development issues, including digital transformation. As a feminist, she works to bring about greater understanding, engagement, and action regarding the impact of technology on society. Laurelyn M. Josette, Associate Research Scientist from Columbia University. Laurelyn is an Associate Research Scientist at Columbia Waterworks. She works on the evaluation of water stresses through integrated assessments, transitions in the food-energy-water nexus. She has a bachelor's and master's degree in physics from EPFL, PhD in earth sciences from the University of Lausanne. She's also a researcher and educator in water data literacy to address gaps, biases, and associated risks. She has published several papers on topics such as groundwater challenges, water data gap, water risks in the textile industry. She has also worked on projects as the Arctic Mars Analog Svalbard Expedition in 2010, the Data for Water Risks Project, and the Water Justice Project. She is a water data scientist. We have Simonetta Zarilli-Tregear, Chief of Trade, Gender and Development Program of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Simonetta is a chief. She has been assigned to lead the UNCTAD's work on trade and gender since 2010. She is an experienced trade analyst with a long and successful career at the UN. Her focus is on making policies more gender aware to bring better development outcomes to countries that most need it. She has carried out numerous analytical, intergovernmental, and technical cooperation activities on this issue and has produced many commentaries. She's also participated in several events, such as Reshaping Trade Through Women's Economic Development Workshop in 2018. She holds a postgraduate degree in European Studies of College of Europe and a degree of law from the University of Siena. We have Ilfoma Nvakasi Udo. She is a Nigerian social entrepreneur and founder of Shecluded, a fintech credit company aimed at women in Africa. She's dedicated to creating economic prosperity for women in Nigeria and has over a decade of career experience in strategy, consulting, analytics, and seed funding for notable companies such as PwC, Iroko Partners. And in December 2019, Udo was one of the first 5 female entrepreneurs to emerge as winners of a UK-Nigeria Tech Hub competition sponsored by the British High Commission in Lagos. She's also an award recipient of 2021 Google Black Founders Fund, the winner of the 2022 Select USA Pitch Competition, and a 2022 Halcyon Fellow. She's been featured on several entrepreneurship panels and masterclasses hosted by First Bank, EDC, FinTech Asia, and many, many more. We have Veronica Kamanja Nico, Regional Gender Advisor, UNICEF. Currently working as a regional advisor, Veronica brings over 20 years of experience, mainly in championing gender equality, women empowerment, and human rights programming, integration in policy and program. She has extensive experience in both development and humanitarian context, which she has accumulated while supporting governments, CSOs, and other partners in Africa. She has worked with the UN system, mainly UNICEF and UNFPA, in various functions, but mainly the leading gender and women empowerment portfolio. Prior to joining UN, Veronica worked with CSOs in her country and within the Southern African Development Corporation, mainly focusing on human rights, civic and political space, and broader regional advocacy on women's issues. That's quite a panel of just extremely accomplished women. So, I would like to start the questions with Maria Gracia. Given, as a part of the current role in the steering committee, in terms of, which is a lot related to ethics, around the use of the current frontier technologies, what factors have you considered about how you get enough understanding about the rate at which the technology is moving? The recent news, very recent news, there's been a cycle of 22-word statement signed by many technology executives and other researchers that bluntly stated that mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority, alongside with societal scale risks such as pandemic and nuclear war. That is an extremely urgent statement that was called for, and it was alongside of the EU regulatory policy that's been enforced. This has been in the news in the last few months. I would like to understand, your point of view on what's happening in this area and how you're handling it from UNESCO.
Thank you very much. For a person that has been in artificial intelligence for some time, the recent hype looks like we have told you it's coming, and nobody paid attention. UNESCO has been working on this since 2019, when countries actually gave us the mandate to elaborate a normative instrument, which actually became then adopted in 2021, which is the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. We saw it coming. And actually, I find a bit controversial the call for a moratorium, because it's like, let's stop and let's talk about what is needed. The normative instrument adopted by 193 member states is already there. It's a matter now of implementing. Let's stop discussing. We said it earlier, like, okay, we have said all these nice things, now let's work for it. And we do believe this is necessary, especially in the context of artificial intelligence, because it's a pervasive technology, it's everywhere. That we realize it or not is already with us. It's just a matter of time, the kind of uses that it will be into. But it's with us. And so we also know that moratoria have never worked historically, because there will always be someone that someplace continues. So saying stop and think when it's looking a bit like, oh, let's stop and let's reinvent the wheel, because that wheel I haven't invented. So that's the way it feels like from UNESCO point of view. Now, if I may say, you need 4 ingredients, and very clear and very straightforward one, to implement it. You need the rules, and the rules are there. The recommendation is there, so it's a matter of translating it into actual legislation. You need the institutions. This is a different type of problem. We won't be able to fix the pieces by the time they are done, so we're rather thinking now that it is in evolution rather than after. For this, you need leadership, and this constituency talks to it. It's like we need to raise our voices, we need to walk the talk, and we need to do it together. It's fundamental, the multilateralism, because there is no such a thing as national-specific AI. AI doesn't know any boundaries unless you put them on that, and so it doesn't really happen. And the last thing, which is actually very important, is the action. We have to move from saying what to do to agreeing on how to, which is the challenging part of it. And this is why I think it's important to be here. Let me just add one single line on this. And this is something that I learned and I really digested. It was a revelation for me. When I was working on the 2018 G20 report on Include, Upskill and Innovate, which was under the Argentinian presidency. And I was discussing with the Australian and they told me, Maria Grazia, please, help us convey the message that we, women, are not the problem. By the time we talk about upskilling, reskilling, inclusion, it's not because we are less able than the others, but because we are categorically excluded from it. And this is something that we always have to remember. We are not a problem. They are making it look like we are a problem, but we are not. I'll stop it here.
That was very insightful. Thank you so much. Just to interject and ask you another question. Dorothy, yeah. You have a background of working as an activist in the field for over 30 years. Again, given the current exponential growth in technology and innovations in the last 3 years, how is this role changing for you?
Okay, thank you. Great question. Let me ask the audience, how many of you think about who built the technology that you're using? You're all using your phones. You're all using e-government solutions. Who built them? And I want to, yes, thank you, a few of you, but I want to quote a very important article that was written by Timnit Gebru and 3 other women scientists on stochastic parrots, that is large language models. And she said, or they said in the paper, that these models overrepresent hegemonic bias, viewpoints that encode biases that are potentially damaging to marginal populations. And why do they do that? Because they were built by a particular set of people, and those people include very few, if any, women. They are built by men, usually quite pale men, but there are a few Asian men in there, and they're relatively well off. They tend to speak English. This is, of course, because we're ignoring what is happening in China because it's behind the Great Chinese Firewall. But you have to remember that we are at a stage in our development where many of the gains we have made as women over the past decades are going to be eroded by these technologies unless we sit up and we take back control. When I was starting out, I used to be so excited about tech like everybody. At one point, let me take it from that point, when I was working in India and we had the Gujarat earthquake, we had wonderful solutions where rural women were able to train other women, rural women, using their own languages in how to build earthquake-resistant housing. And they were doing that with two-way audio, one-way video. And everybody will say, finally, we have a solution which can give women voice, even rural women, which will recognize the knowledge that exists at the village level. But now, what do we have? We have Cambridge Analytica telling us that the developments in cognitive neuroscience are being used to manipulate us into voting the way somebody else wants you to vote. UN Secretary General yesterday or a few days ago, I can't remember now, I read too much, he came out very strongly on social media and the implications of social media for peace. I always get into trouble with people because I don't use WhatsApp, but I don't use it on an ethical principle that any company that did what it did in Myanmar, did what it did in Ethiopia, that resulted in so many deaths, I don't want to be part of that. And yet we have so many women who are aware of these things, and you continue using the technology. So for me as an activist, my job is to say, when you become aware, let us use the same principles that we use for climate. If this company is not conforming to the basic ethics, the values that we all adhere to, let us not use them. Let us organize ourselves to stop it. So for me, the challenge is even more today. And let me just end by saying that one of the biggest issues that worries me is the use of educational technologies. And you should know that the same techniques that are used in gaming to make games sticky or addictive are being used in the educational technology space. And when the brain of your child gets used to being addicted, we have no way of knowing what kind of results that will yield in future. So, ladies, women, girls, fellow activists, if you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for your kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Dorothy. And I do hope that the system will help promote technology in the more positive way than the negative. As we know, every innovation has both positive and negative. So thank you so much for that. Laurelyn, she's a data scientist. A lot of what Simonetta talked about and Dorothy talked about also has a lot to do with the data we use to drive the solutions that are being put out there. What are your thoughts in terms of how data gathering is happening today to propel technology? Are women under a disadvantaged position, and to what extent do you see this happening? And in general, in your own experience of using data, what can you share your experience on the kinds of data that's available and the better use of access in terms of using the right data, and how actually this can help women come forward more?
Excellent. That's a lot of points. You might have to remind me to stay on track. Thank you very much, everyone, for having us. This is just so amazing to be able to discuss these points and share different perspectives, because I come from that field practicing machine learning. That was the main subject of my thesis. And these are just basic equations. What really determined the output of my model was the data that I place in it. And this is where we can see a lot of bad things happening, because if you feed terrible data, or that is really driven by marketing or by financial or the sort of disclosures that we agree, to willingly share this information, the results are not very interesting. But if we think of the context of SDGs, if we think of the context of women-led empowerment, the data sets that we're going to rely on mostly come from the decisions of policymakers. So I would say, this is a question for you in the audience. As policymakers, your policy are going to lead to data sets. And are these data sets that are going to plugged into other models going to be useful? So that's really one aspect that I think in terms of the equations of the models that are behind. So if we really move towards, digital literacy, data literacy, this is where the skills are missing. And I see that whenever I work with researchers, or fully educated or graduate students, there's not the data literacy. There's an obsession with data science. They want to use neural networks because that's the buzzword. They want to do LMMs. But they have no understanding of the biases that are built in the data sets themselves. And this is how we see massively wrong scientific production by researchers that have led to the conclusion that water was replenishing in southern India because they didn't realize that they were excluding wells that had dried up. So this is just a lack of representation in the workforce in that field that led to a lack of understanding in the data they were playing with, that led to the wrong conclusion, that made it at the global scale. That are embedded in your decisions. I've heard people citing these data sets, these outputs, that have been biased. I don't know if that covered your question.
I would like the audience to respond to her question. What are your thoughts on what Laurelyn, Dorothy, and Simonetta just said? I would love to take some questions from you at the end. I would like to then take the next question to you. Simonetta, you've been working as a Chief of Trade Gender Development Program for many, many years. In terms of the digital economy, according to the International Finance Corporation, said that it could add 300 billion to e-commerce markets along in Africa and Southeast Asia between 2020 and 2030. Despite online platforms that are available to women, women entrepreneurs are much less represented in the digital economy. I wanted to know your thoughts, and also, how do you see this changing, and how can we bring technology to actually help solve this?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And since I come from the UN body that deals with the trade and development, let me talk a bit about specifically e-commerce. So what you said, Suma, is very right, that if women entrepreneurs were better trained and had better knowledge, better capacity to deal with digital technology, this could be very positive for them, for their family, for their communities, but for the economy as such. But this is not fully happening. So there is the biggest digital platform in Africa is called Jumia, and Jumia has many women entrepreneurs that are selling in the platform. And Jumia made a kind of assessment of the kind of companies held or owned by women as opposed to those owned by men. And the result was, by and large, that women companies operating in Jumia, so on this digital African platform, tend to be smaller than those men. They have fewer employees, they have fewer capital, and the capital they have usually comes from their own savings or from family and friends. And the sectors where they are active is quite limited. So they are active in sectors like shoes, clothing, handicraft, cosmetic, and these are sectors that are highly competitive, but the value addition is quite limited. So this is a nutshell the kind of profile of a women company operating in Jumia. And then the next question is, but why? Why there are all these issues? And usually there are many reasons. Let me just flag the most important ones. That is the lower rate of technological literacy, the limited awareness of all the potentiality that e-commerce could offer, the limited role women, and we have just discussed it, have in the development of the technology, so the technology doesn't necessarily respond to their needs. Even the language used, I think this morning we discussed that if everything is in English or 90% is in English, if you don't speak English, you are out of the picture. And then, of course, time poverty, that in all countries and regions, women still have the lion's share of the domestic work and care work. So if you think about these shortcomings, and if you think about this kind of main features of women companies operating in Jumia, you see that you don't see something completely different from what you see if you think about women-led companies that operate offline. So what we are seeing is that the kind of difficulties women traditionally face as small entrepreneurs, especially in developing countries and the least developed countries, somehow replicate themselves in the digital environment. And to this you have to add the difficulty to operate in the digital environment that for many women remains a challenge. So what are the answers? What people are doing? And I think, again, this was pointed out this morning, I think, by the Honorable Minister of Women and Children, that a lot of attention is going into overcoming the digital divide for women. And this, of course, is a crucial point. And so countries are doing so. We heard a very good example from India this morning. And there are other countries that are doing so. There are business associations, even some digital platforms are working on closing the digital divide and training women. But let's say the problems are much bigger than the digital divide. So it's good to address one challenge, but resolving this challenge will not solve all the others. So what we need is really to have digitalization and e-commerce strategies that respond to women's needs and consider the difficulties the specific difficulties that women face. Thank you.
Thank you, Simonetta. Coming to a platform to empower women and make sure they take off their businesses, ILFOMA has created a platform and offers loans for women to start their own businesses in Nigeria. as one of the first fintech company that is providing business loans for women, what has been your experience in terms of how women are able to access both the funding and the technology platform as yours? Do you see a difference in the social, openness for them to come forward, and how have you overcome them?
Okay, so let me tell you the story of how I landed to be a founder of a fintech company. I was working at a seed funding company, and I sat down at different hackathons, I read different pitch decks because I was in charge of doing first level approval for funding, and I did not see any woman. My first thoughts were that the men were smarter, but after listening to the men pitch, and seeing many of them get money and seeing the company fail, I realized quickly that there was a problem. And it became more personal when I looked at the credit data and financial service data. For a population of 50% women, it means that access to loans get to like 15% of women, and those loans were not even up to $1,000. So I said, you know what? I was going to start a technology company for women. So with all my experience in technology for the last 3 years, I went to start a female-focused company to give women entrepreneurs money. And I thought that that was a very good deal, but guess what? Women didn't show up. So first learning, I said, what was wrong? And I started doing a lot of research and found that many women, even though they were on the internet, they were on communication and social networking sites. And that's how I changed my strategy, and I went there to meet them. And I learned quickly, you meet them and you meet women and sell to them where they meet. As in, that was the first thing I learned. So meeting them, getting them on social media, talking to them, I realized again that I'd learned technology from sitting down in male-dominated technology, and I needed to serve this set of people. So I was aware that women had time poverty. If the forms were too long, they would fall off. Not because they didn't want it, but because they were doing so many other things. So I quickly had to change our technology again to suit that. I also realized that communicating with women was different in terms of it made all the difference. Women did not want technology. They wanted their problems solved. So how do you communicate a technology product in the way that the woman gets it? So for example, when we started and we said, come and take a loan, women didn't respond. When we said, come and take a loan for a new oven, many women came. Another thing that we found was that the loan algorithms for financial institutions and the requirement automatically disqualified women. So we had to start thinking, how do we use alternative data that women generate from their interaction, from their business, and assess them? And that's what we've been successfully able to do to this point to help us. And over time, we've seen that just working with women to build a technology product for them helps us learn that many of the products that were built for technology was not designed for women. And you don't know this. Like the perspective for many people, policymakers and decision makers, and for people like us in this room, are different from so many women. And guess what? This is where the decisions, this is where the money is made. I quickly got that, and we tried to build our technology that way.
That's a really good point. We've often pondered, even in the last discussion I remember, about bringing the right stakeholders around the room that includes technology innovators, policymakers, humanitarian, people who are working on the humanitarian sector, to actually have a voice that develops technology, that promotes the positive sides of technology rather than, working after it's all done. So, which is the problem we are facing with AI now. We're trying to catch up on what the problems could now, potentially we'll have to solve. Coming down to the problems of technology or safety, having a safe zone for technology. Veronica has been working with a lot of issues around safety, online safety, etc., for women. I would like to ask your experience on terms of the gender-based violence across the multiple economic and geopolitical crisis situations that you have dealt with among families, and what kind of technology frameworks are currently being used for GBV and responses. And are you having women in the forefront in terms of designing these technologies going forward to prevent crime?
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting UNICEF to be on the panel. And I think I was pleased to see that we were given the topic on teasing out gender-based violence and the use of digital or technology solutions. I think first and foremost, I think it was also pleasing in the morning to see the highlight from the resident coordinator on how the continent is precedented with a lot of crisis, and particularly here in South Asia. I think within the poly crisis, there's climate change, just like the last presentation. There is conflict, floods, and any other natural disasters, where within the emergency situation, we find that gender-based violence is much more prominent, and there is anecdotal data in areas of natural disasters. And then we're just coming out from the COVID-19 situation where containment or the being in the confines of the home was also an issue, where gender-based violence, particularly intimate partner violence, was becoming more prominent, with less physical contact and restricted mobility, particularly in areas of COVID as well as conflict, where women, girls are confined within the homes without access to services. And then, ladies and gentlemen, as we are halfway within the SDG 2030 agenda, I think 1 out of 5 globally, girls who are married between 15 and 19, they have ever experienced intimate partner violence. And as I mentioned, in areas where we are presented with the poly crisis, the number is much more, could be more. And where mobility is restricted, where are the women and girls getting information, life-saving information, including access to services. For UNICEF, I think we've leveraged on digital technology or solutions, digital solutions for women and girls, not only to close the gender-digital divide, but as a pathway to facilitate access to information, life-saving gender-based violence information, and linking women and girls to where services are. And then using the key frontline workers, particularly female frontline workers. We've seen female CHW, community health workers, who are over 70% worldwide, social workers who are also more than 50%, as the ones who have put in front and center to facilitate linking of women and girls to access to gender-based violence services. And I think, as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, and as was presented in the morning, I think the solutions in terms of digital technology, we make sure that these are co-created by women and girls, and also taking cognizant on what are the issues that are affecting breaking the gender-digital divide. There's affordability, because women are not a homogeneous entity. Those who are in a rural marginalized community, what infrastructure is there? What kind of affordability in terms of internet or access to a mobile phone is there? So for UNICEF, there are a couple of innovations that we've put around, working with different governments as well as partners to facilitate or bring digital solutions as a pathway to access to services. I would come close to India. I think UNICEF has partnered with several municipalities on implementing the Safety Pin India, which is a map-based or digital-based application, where we are also holding municipalities accountable in terms of where are the crimes or women at risk of crimes of violence or cyberbullying within the various municipalities. And I think across various emergency contexts, there is an innovation that we have piloted within South Asia. We are piloting in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bhutan on e-safe space. This is also a digital safe space platform where we are linking girls particularly and women who are at risk of gender-based violence or survivors of gender-based violence in emergency setting to access information and link to life-saving services. And then there is also a popular a platform that we call Primero or GBV Information Management System in humanitarian settings, which is an app that is providing e-case management and also documenting gender-based violence cases. With all this technology that UNICEF is supporting different partners and including women-led CSOs, we also make sure that there is safety associated with it. There is an identifiable data so that women and girls are not put at a further risk. And I think there is also another application which is a e-referral pathway, which is not piloted but it's working in Bangladesh, Cox's Bazar, for example, for linking service providers, mostly women and girls who are in emergency situation on where they can get information on accessing services for gender-based violence. And lastly, I think UNICEF is championing what we are calling U-Report-Po and Chatbox. This is a global platform that has already reached, mobilized 30 million U-Reporters, and 1 million are in India, connecting young people, particularly girls, with information, getting their voices, making sure that they are co-creating information, and how do we address cyberbullying and gender-based violence globally, and with 1 million in India and across the board. I think maybe let me stop there, but one would wonder, why UNICEF? Why UNICEF in Women 20? Yes, we are focusing on child agenda. We are making sure a child is able to survive and thrive. But a child will not survive and thrive if a woman, a mother, is at risk of gender-based violence. And if a woman is not able to lead and is not able to transform and thrive. So a child is intrinsically linked to a mother who is empowered, is able to lead, she's able to thrive, transform, and survive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think we have covered a framework around UNESCO that Maria Grazia had suggested around what they're doing with the moving innovation. Dorothy, with regards to her experience in terms of advocacy and in terms of the moving technology. The data scientist here talking about the problems with not having the appropriate data. Simonetta around giving the right frameworks for trade, platforms for women so that they could be empowered. An entrepreneur here that's actually doing that within Nigeria, and also making sure women are safe in the cyberspace. Veronica has given some very good insights. The one question I would like to ask all our panelists within your area of expertise, all the various topics with your current expertise that you've come with in your area. One of the things that I believe is very critical is women being at the forefront of development of the software, the technology, collecting the data, designing the software, implementing the policies, as well as being a part of the regulatory frameworks. I would like to ask each one of you, coming from you, Maria Grazia, what are your 3 recommendations or programs that if you were to pioneer and operationalize today, in the next year or 2, would they be? I would like all the panelists to answer that question, one after the other.
Well, I have to say this is a very kind of easy question for us in the sense that we are already walking the talk. So the first one is really stop talking and start acting. UNESCO, to this purpose, in order to accompany countries, in order to check whether they are ready for being able to develop, deploy, and use an ethical AI. And by the time we say ethical AI, it's nothing philosophical. It's put on human rights and human dignity at the very center of the development of these technologies. We have already produced a readiness assessment methodology, which actually is online, and anybody can have a look at it, which checks what is in place, what is not in place, and what is needed in terms of regulation and institutions. And also, since AI has already been developed, we have developed an ethical impact assessment methodology that aims at checking whether what has come out of the AI funnel actually respects human rights, respects human dignity. The other thing, and we said it all, but we have to walk the talk, and this, we have to put more women inside AI, conceiving AI, developing AI, and making sure that AI is actually made for us and with us. So UNESCO has been just launching at the CSW in New York a platform which we call Women for Ethical AI, which is every one of us, lawyers, software developers, persons that are experts, for instance, in algorithms, work together, lead strands of work to address the many challenges that artificial intelligence brings. And the other thing is really reinforcing institutional capacity. We cannot expect our policymakers to take the right decisions if they are not endowed with the right skills and they don't see the problems. At the same time, as we have to work to transform, we have a project at UNESCO which we are actually also deploying here in India, which is called Transforming Mentalities. Because very often we have to change and work with men in order to deliver societal better outcomes. And I mean, just an example, I mean, I'm sorry if that offends someone, but by the time we were all talking and we had an issue listening to the other part of the panel, we had our technicians, by the way, all men, that were chatting on their way and we could just hear them and we didn't hear ourselves. This is exactly the way in which it works in technology. They talk on their own, they do their own stuff, and we are not even represented, and we cannot change the game. We have to be more part, we have to take the leadership, and we have to break the glass. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well said. I don't know if the technicians know that you were talking about them. Anyway, I think that this is a really interesting question because so much of the talk at the moment is focused on large language models. And you know the way they work is they are trawling the whole internet. And we know that the internet as it is, a very small proportion of the information that you find there has actually been produced by women, women of color, people with disability. The intersectional issues are huge. And so I wanted to say to you that if it's an LLM, we are not going for a specific data set. It's crawling the whole net. And this is where there are issues, serious issues to do even with rights of creators. So imagine you're a woman artist and the model takes your picture and creates a so-called original work based on your picture. You have no rights and you've lost your job. So one of the key areas that we really need to look at as we go forward is to seriously examine what these technologies mean for people's livelihoods, looking at it in an intersectional way and making sure that you pay attention to women. So that's one program. Then let me mention a very exciting initiative. Maybe people have heard of it. Zebras Unite. Have any of you heard of Zebras? Zebras Unite is an alternative to the unicorn philosophy, where everybody is working to try and get $1 billion market capital company, so the drive is for profits. With Zebras, the focus is on ethics and being able to do good. Thank you, Suma, for reminding us, because frankly, I judge a lot of competitions from startups, pitches, and there are people doing great things that can help us to achieve the SDGs. But usually their companies are not growing fast enough. They need more capital. So I was fascinated by the panel before us, where you see some very serious, a very serious look at how you can give the funding to the companies that need it. So I'll mention Zebras to you, and then I'll mention to you the move on digital public goods. This is a move that has been inspired by some work that was done in India on what we call the government stack. And basically, it's looking at how we can use a set of technologies which we link to a movement, the open movement. So it's using open source software, it's using open data, it's using copyright solutions such as Creative Commons, and it allows us to look at the fundamental technologies that we need to drive our governments, to drive our educational systems, And it says, instead of putting this in the hands of technology companies that are by necessity profit-driven, there are some things that we should control at the level of the state in partnership with civil society and the private sector. And I want to comment on your issue because even though I work for UNESCO, I work as a member state, not as a staff member of UNESCO. And the big issue that we have is actually getting big tech to the table, getting them to the table in an engaged way. And I have to throw that back to all of you. How are we going to do that? And I also just wanted to comment on what you said about women not being ready to use e-commerce. In the UK, we've done an enormous amount of work to encourage women to use e-commerce, and it's working. And also, if we look at the so-called e-commerce villages in China, you see a massive participation of women as well. And it is to do with getting a hub, getting the training going in a very systematic way. So I believe that this is something that can actually transform us. So these are some of the programs that I would like us to get into. And I'll just mention that our Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, announced that he'll be having a major meeting on AI before the end of the year. And we see a lot of governments moving in that direction. All of this will build capacity. As you said, policymakers need to build the capacity to understand and interact with private sector companies. Thank you.
So much to cover. It's very hard. I think I want to continue in the same direction that you mentioned just before, but the role of open source, the role of the open philosophy has really changed the last 6 months in terms of development of AI. What we see is that we can have small-scale LLMs, and you can have targeted solution. And they're really been transformative, and they're nearly on par with the big tech. And so maybe there's something about working on the open source side, which is another challenge in terms of governance, but that can also transform and bypass entirely what's happening at the big tech. And we actually have some sort of a model for this. I don't know how many of you are familiar with OpenStreetMap and its origin, right? So we can copy the same sort of model. It's not public-private partnership. It's not civil society. It's also crowdsourcing. It's citizen science. It's really, really direct involvement of the population for the objectives that we have. And so if we start developing targeted that are oriented for the specific issue, right? So we're trying to solve something. Maybe we can get to a solution. And so I want to bring it back to the participation of women in the open source community. OpenStreetMap is 3.3 to 5% of women, or at least individuals that identify as women, that participate in the edition of OpenStreetMap. What does it mean? Does it mean that if I look for a gynecologist or maternity, do I have that data in the map that I rely on? Regardless of if it's embedded in ArcGIS, a private company, regardless of if it's embedded in an international agency or a national program, I want to know where I'm going to go to a gynecologist that is responsible and that's going to respect my rights. So I think this is where we really need, if we're going to move to women-led development by women developers, we're really going to need to address the cyber gender-based violence and women in ICT, women in STEM, and keeping them there and keep shattering that glass ceiling that exists across the G20. It's formidable what you do with the UNICEF in areas that are quite, I would say, remote in certain contexts. Can you please teach us how to do that in New York City to make sure that women continue to be digital literate when they pass through graduate studies? We have a lack of representation. Sorry, I wasn't.
So inspiring. I mean, thank you so much, Simonetta.
I think that I can also say from our our side, from UNCTAD side, that we are walking the talk, as Maria Grazia said, related to UNESCO. We deal mainly with policy. So, as I said, one problem is that could improve women's participation in e-commerce. Of course, women participate in e-commerce, and e-commerce is a great opportunity. The question is to make them participate more and benefit more. For instance, we saw during the pandemic in some country in Asia, in the Philippines and Indonesia, that more women were selling in Lazada, which is the very well-known platform in Asia, but they were making less profit than men. So the point is, since this technology is opening great opportunities, women should benefit as much as men. And to benefit as much as men, the right policies should be there. So what we are doing is to help countries understand what are the problems for everybody, not only for women, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and then to look specifically at the problems that women, especially women entrepreneurs, face. And we work mainly with the developing countries. So what we do is something called, you may have heard about it, the e-readiness assessment, and we have done it for almost 40 countries and regional groups, where we go to a country and we see, okay, these are the potential that digitalization and e-commerce can offer, but these are also the problems you have to face and to overcome if you want to have something good for everybody. Then we have a specific program for women entrepreneurs that is called e-commerce for women. In many cases, women who want to start trading online need to have some good examples, some role models, and this is what is done through this e-commerce for women. And then we offer online courses on trade and gender. And we have now a course that is focused on e-commerce. And why so? Because many policymakers still don't see how gender equality and economic policies are related. They still look at it as completely different fields. So gender equality is a social issue, can be a health issue, can be something completely different from trade policy, industrial policy, agricultural policy. So still we need to make it clearer how economic policies impact gender equality and how gender inequalities have a detrimental impact on countries' economic growth and trade competitiveness. And one thing that emerges very clear from our work is that you can have a good policy, good e-commerce and digitalization policy if there is political will. And this is really across countries. And to have a good, so if there is a policy will that, a political will that is there, one very important element is to have the right data. And I think this morning we heard about how important is the right data for the good policies. And we are also working on collecting data on e-commerce that is very complex to collect the data also because good part goes informally through the social platform and not the business platform. So this is a nutshell what we are doing, supporting countries to have the right policy and to have policies that are inclusive. Thank you.
Okay, so what we're doing to support women in technology. The first things first, because we are financial services, I always believe that the first conversations about some of the key issues that women face in terms of SDGs boil down to finance. More women need to get money. What we have done is, we started in 2019 up till date, we've been able to gather data that is able to help us and help the financial system use alternative data to be able to lend to women so they have more money to grow their business. So with time, we hope that we can share this with other players in the financial institution to be able to lend to women and stuff. Another thing that has happened is that because of our position as the first fintech company, I mean, when I started in 2019, women was not mainstream in Africa. It was like everybody felt, you're crazy. How can you start a female finance company? That sounds weird. But guess what? This is 2-3 years down the line. I have other women started. So we're inspiring other women to say, hi, I don't look different. You too can start a tech company. Anything you believe in is possible. Something else that we've done is also we have a business lab. I mean, we turned our office into a lab because we realized that many women needed somewhere to go and brainstorm. Like she said earlier, I mean, I was writing notes. Most of the characteristics that we see, they have fewer staff, and sometimes some of the key strategic team, people they need on their team is absent. We have it in-house because of our company. So we invite them to come in. And we started a session to say any woman can run a tech company. And I'll give you an example. So there's a lady that runs a massage store, and she's been running it for like 10 years. And she says, gosh, I'm getting tired. I can't do more than 5 clients a day. How do I retire? And I say, you can be a tech company. And she said, what? I said, why don't you build a technology and get other masseuse on it? And she said, are you serious? And I said, yes, you can try it. And she did just that. So she built a tech company, and it's just like an Uber for massage. So, everybody comes in, everybody uses it, and she's fine with it. And that's the same narrative we give to many women to say, can technology improve or expand your work? Can it scale your work and make you work less? Because one of the things that we found is that many women spend so much time in operations rather than strategy. Another thing that we've done and we try to do through technology is to tell women to use technology differently and to also use technology to open more doors for women. In my experience with running Shicluded, I found that the women encouraged me, but the men opened the doors. So what we wanted to do is also to be that platform and to be that bridge gap to be able to open doors for women that take them to the next level. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. What will I recommend? I think I'll start saying that online exploitation and cyberbullying is real. If I may quote the study that was conducted by UNICEF through your report in 2019 confirmed that over a third of young people who were interviewed in 30 countries confirmed or reported that they were bullied or cyberbullied when they were using online platform. And 1 in 5 reported that they had to skip school because of the same. So online exploitation and cyberbullying is there, it's among us. Our children are facing it as long as they have a digital technology with them. So guided by the online protection UNICEF framework, I think we are working, or I'm recommending that companies or civil society organization and government, when they are pushing digital solutions for women and girls, should be guided by clear policies on how are we going to address online exploitation, cyberbullying, as I mentioned earlier on, data privacy, and also digital marketing. And then also working with our government counterparts as well as the development partners. I think since we are all agreeing that digital solution is a way, it has potential to unlock economies. When we are designing programs or policies, how do we address explicitly the needs of women and girls' circumstances, challenges, and different intersectionalities, where we are addressing the issue, as I mentioned earlier on, of accessibility, depending on where the woman and the girl are, the affordability, as I mentioned earlier on, and pushing the digital literacy, because without digital technology, women and girls will not be able to thrive and transform. And then also when we are looking at the marginalized community, how is government or our development partners invest in infrastructure that can sustain the digital solutions that we are pushing to the women. And then also coming from a W20 perspective, we are also recommending that as we want to ensure that we're leaving no woman behind regardless of circumstances, building a critical mass with other partners like tech companies and grassroots women organizations, we are going to make sure that we are bringing digital solutions at scale to women and girls, but mainstreaming the online protection safety, including digital literacy around the use of digital technology, particularly for women and girls. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We have covered a lot of topics around how technology is helping women, how can we get women more inclusive, etc. I'd like to hear questions from the audience to these wonderful panels about the various topics that we have covered. Happy to take them.
Thank you for your inspiring and insightful and huge perspective. I'm very troubled. It's been a really long time. You know, yes, UNESCO already told us years ago that this is a problem. So the urgency, you know, it's midnight. And one of the things that we were talking about is deep fakes. Now this whole new dimension of being able to represent these marginalized communities to further degrade them on a human and ethical level. I just have this feeling that the interventions are too little too late now, and we really need to be thinking about massive step change. One of the challenges we have faced in doing the same kind of work in the EMEA is simply not getting the sustained support to keep doing the right things, because we know what the right things are. So if I were to give you the wand today, like what is Bing, this is the thing I would do. This is what I would love to hear from each of you.
Anyone on the panel who wants to take that?
I mean, for sure. But the train has not left yet, in the sense that we are still on time to do things. Now, I fully agree with the Sherpa, Mr. Kant, that said we need a pole vault jump, not really a leapfrog. The first thing I would do is awareness. What you said to me is partially true, and is, we all know. In this room, we all know. We go out of the room, we go in the normal places, and people continue to give their data. The people continue not to question what is done with their data. People don't question by the time they give a command to a phone what is done with information that is taken from there. So we need, first of all, awareness raising. And with that, the other thing is implementing really one piece of legislation I would do that is in the recommendation is implementing the redressal mechanism provision. That is, by the time you do harm, by the time you cause problems, A, you stop it, 2, you fix it, 3, you redress and repay. The moment you put that, every company around the world will need to abide by the rule. It's simple as that. It's just a redressal mechanism. And then, all together at the same time, wouldn't even create an incentive for some to misoperate in one place of the part of the world to then have the effect elsewhere. So actually one redressal.
Thanks. I think that's a great idea. And thank you for pulling our attention to the fact that when governments negotiate with big tech, for example, they can get big tech to change the policy in order to sell to that particular country. So one of the things that I would advise and push for is that we should have total transparency in terms of the kind of data requirements that are being demanded of by platform companies in different geographies, so that we are able to learn between countries what has been negotiated and follow suit in terms of protecting ourselves. But even more important than that, and a very low-lying fruit, as far as I'm concerned, let us start certifying apps. We can have volunteers looking at the apps, people like you, looking at the algorithms, trying to get greater algorithmic transparency, identifying the kind of bias that is in a particular solution, and giving a standard and say, okay, we looked at this application, for example, an e-government application that is supposed to collect passport data, and this is what we found wrong with it, this is what we found right with it, and this is what you certify them and you say, this is what we want you to do to improve this. And let's vote with our feet. We have always voted with our feet. When companies do the wrong thing, we vote with our feet. That means those of us who are aware in this room, we have to take action. If you see companies are doing the wrong thing, don't use their solution. Encourage your friends to stop using that solution. We must take action. It's not going to be just at the level of government, not at the level of the company, not at the level of civil society alone. I really believe individuals count. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
In the interest of time, could we have just one more question, please? Thank you.
So children are mostly full of curiosity. As a 5-year-old, I would go to my parents and ask questions like, why is this thing like this? I am worried that in the present time, kids would not go to their parents. They would go to ChatGPT to ask these questions. And their entire worldview and perspective will be built around what AI tells them. So I think this space needs to be very free of biases and misinformation, and something needs to be done really urgently to implement these changes. So what are your views on that?
I think everybody on the panel definitely agrees, but if there's anyone who wants to respond to that, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree, but I'm not as educated as the other panels on that question, probably. When I was in high school, I was discouraged on using Wikipedia, and we were painting Wikipedia as being the devil, that it was not a safe source of information, that this was a danger, that dictionaries were going to die, that the literacy was going to go down. And who doesn't turn to Wikipedia to get information now? It built an entire new system of governance. It is a feat in itself. And so, yes, of course, things are changing and there's a shift that is happening. But if we enforce transparency, if we enforce the disclosure of the sources and you get the links, because there are tons of biases if you use Google as a search engine, or if you use any of the other opportunities that you have, there's also that bias that exists. If I ask my parents, I also have very biased answers. So I think what we can think of really is using these same tools, because they are tools, to use them for good. And a bit like dream and inspire for a solution. You can really survey cyber, if you use text sentiment analysis, we do that really well. Can we do that to protect from bullying online? Can we preserve women journalists so that they can do their jobs? Can we use these same tools to make sure that it is better? And I would rather have my kids using ChatGPT than watching reels on YouTube, for instance. So the dangers are many, and hyper-focusing on ChatGPT as being one thing, that would not last. Also, it's super costly for the environment, how long they can go on like this. You have to pay, who's going to pay $20 for their kids to play with that tool? I don't know. So yeah, maybe I'm too relaxed about this, but I think this is important to think.
I think we are running out of time, but I thank you so much. I'd like to wrap this 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. Everybody, okay. I think there's a request for a 1 minute response from everybody.
I mean, the last comment I would like to make is let's each one of us take action and responsibility. We don't have to expect that always someone else does it for us. Let's be vocal, let's be assertive, because I don't understand why when a man does something, he's bold and he's a leader, and when we do something, we are assertive. So, let's do it. Anyway, we will be tagged anyway.
Thanks. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the hospitality that we've had and the opportunity to have this engagement. I feel as if I've made 5 new friends and we can move forward with this. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And as we are going, and she said what I would have said, let's remember also that there are huge resources out there. There's a whole repository, open education resources. Anything you want to train yourself on, even cooking, if you want to cook, even if you want to learn code, even if you want to know how to advocate on AI and how to protect your kids. We have open education resources that are out there. Google it and take action. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you also for the fantastic hospitality here. I just wanted to make 2 very quick points. As you said, we know what the problems are, so why we don't solve them. I think if behind each problem we put the data, then there will be much more a sense of urgency to solve them. So collecting data and sex disaggregated data is crucial. The second point is we have in the communique a chapter, the communique of this summit, we have a chapter on digitalization and technology, and I hope that the whole communique will be taken very, very seriously when it will be brought to the attention of, let's say, the global G20 summit.
So first off, I want to say thank you for the session, for the invite, for the organizers. I'd learned so much. I mean, when just listening to other panels and seeing climate change and seeing health and seeing, and seeing it from a female perspective was very, very insightful for me. My last words would be, even as women, we have to consciously open the doors for women doing good things and the next generation of women, because most times when we say women sit at the table, because they are still very few, they don't effect the change. The more women sit on the table, the more they have a louder voice to be able to create the change that they started. Thank you very much.
Okay, mine is a simple one. For us to break the gender-digital divide, I think we need to outweigh the risks as well as what are the benefits. What I would want to ask from all of us is how do we get devices or digital solutions in the hands of women and girls, particularly the marginalized? How do we make sure development partners embrace digital solutions as programming tools? Women and girls out there, they don't have mobile phones. How do we break the gender-digital divide if we are not funding devices in the hands of women and girls? Thank you.
I would like to just say extremely thank you. I'm humbled to have this opportunity to sit among such incredible women who are powerful and striving towards real impact from all the bottoms of your hearts. So I would like to also make a data point, if you don't mind. I want to say that statistics suggest that women only hold 26% of computing jobs as of 2022. Also, more women participation in technology workforce by 20% by 2025 will boost the global GDP by $5.3 trillion. It also suggests that on average, because of artificial intelligence tools, there's a chance that 11% risk of women losing jobs over 9% of male task force losing jobs, because more of women's jobs are manual that could potentially be automated. So I encourage all of you to get in, be strong, push ahead, and take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Suma, and all the panelists for that insightful and timely discussion. So without further ado, on behalf of the W20 leaders and organizers, I would like to thank all of you for your attendance and participation in the 3 sessions today and in the official release of the 2023 W20 communique. We look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for session 4, a call to action, breaking the glass ceiling. Tonight at 7 p.m., please join us at the Savannah Lawns, which is by the beach, for a cultural evening and gala dinner. Thank you and good evening.